Test 1 2 1 2 test de son 1 2 test مزيان.
S'il vous plaît, Monsieur Hassan Zemra. Monsieur Hassan Zemra.
Okay. Good morning.
صافي انا بيسو انا غنصور انا غنديرو صافي.
This is the English channel for English translation. I hope the sound is clear. This is just a test for the sound quality.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious,
خذوا أماكنكم من فضلكم.
please take your seats.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, and the prayers be on His Prophet. Good morning. There is an interpretation of the three languages adopted by the organizers: Arabic in the third channel, English in two, and French in one.
française sur le canal numéro 1. هناك كذلك تطبيق.
There is also an application in the Apple Store, Google Play, and WebEx event in which you can find all what it has to do with this conference, the program, and all the logistics affairs. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you. Welcome to the Kingdom of Morocco. Welcome with all the followers in the internet by the links provided by the organizers, and I am an expert in sustainable development and land development, and I have great honor today to be the moderator of this opening session of this conference, organizing its third edition, which has the title of the Land Governance, Innovation and Resilience in the Arab lands. This is the slogan of this conference, of which we want to be successful, as it is very important, and it involves a lot of scientific discussions, and it will be enriching all the participants during these 3 days. So we will start this opening session, and the first speech will be given to Mr. Adib Ibrahim, the representative of the Moroccan government in charge of habitat and city administration management. Mr. Minister, you have the floor. In the name of Allah, prayers on His Prophet and His companions, ladies and gentlemen, ministers and delegates, representatives of public and private sectors, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of national and international media. It is my pleasure to welcome you to your second country, Morocco, in the occasion for hosting the third edition of the Arab Land Conference, and it shows the Moroccan engagement towards the Arab affairs, namely promoting investment and regulations according to the challenges of our time. So I hereby thank all the partners and stakeholders, international and national, who are present with us in this very important conference that takes as a topic the land investments and sustainable development. I thank all the contributors and stakeholders in the success of this conference, and all the decision makers who are present with us to discuss this very important issue, which really imposes a clear and a very wise discussion in order to promote investment and development in our countries. All the previous editions in Dubai and Cairo were very important in terms of implementing the land policies in the Arab state, and we are following and emphasizing on this way in order to grasp and benefit from the investment opportunities, and which can help us also overcome the challenges in terms of well managing the real estate issues. So the real estate, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, plays a major role in terms of implementing public and economic and social and environment policies, and which makes it one of the pillar to respond to the citizens' need and to improve investment. So that's why we have to think of innovative solutions and also provide the right investment, and also approach this issue with a gender approach in order to make it more equitable and benefiting. So, ladies and gentlemen, 60% of the Arab population are living in an urban zones, and that will increase to reach 70% in next years, which represent a challenge for the Arab cities. So this high rate of urbanization can give birth to vulnerability and also injustice and pressure on infrastructure and social services. That's why we emphasize that the Arab zone knows different kinds of real estate problems in terms of ownership and housing access, and also the use of lands and and the access to lands by different social classes, especially when it comes to youth with reasonable prices, and also security of urban and rural lands, and how we can use this potential to combat vulnerability, and also increase sustainability and better use of natural resources. So That's why the good management of urban land is very important to make the Arab cities as a lever of economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, like the Arab states in Morocco, real estate and land sector is very important sectors in terms of elaborating public policies, and it plays a role in the development of Morocco. In the same context, Morocco knows also growth in terms of land acquisition and investment, and that's why it was regulated, because it's manifested in different formats, and it represents one of the main pillars of the economic and social development. And because the legal side is very important, so Morocco paid attention to the importance to that and wanted to overcome the different difficulties in land management, and wanted to make a legal text which is flexible and that will help the investment and the good management and the attraction of investments towards the land. In this context, the state, under the supervision of His Majesty, integrated new reforms and new dynamisms according to the Constitution of 2011. There was a revision of different legal texts related to the real estate sector based on two axes: the revision of the whole regulations, and also creating new mechanisms that will organize and digitalize and help better planning the real estate in order to provide the right real estate and land opportunities for investment, and to improve also transparency and accessibility. Our country made the reform of this sector as priority. In this regards, the national conference about that was held in December was very important in terms that it came to manifest the royal instructions. So Morocco set a national strategy with the involvement of all the stakeholders in order to make or to create and establish a just and system of governance in terms of land management, and also to provide the needs for all the social classes. So that's why our country wanted to create in the offer and the demand in terms of real estate projects and residence projects, in order to improve also the to improve the rates of people benefiting from this project. The national supervised the pricing, the taxes, and also inaugurated a new project in terms of building decent housings to certain social classes, and also provide financial support and also indirect support to these projects, in order to create a balance in a different real estate market. In this context, the ministry launched a new offer under the instruction of His Majesty that targets the youth with a partnership with a partnership with the youth ministry, taking into consideration their needs and also to help integrate them in the real estate market in an early age. In parallel to that, the the country also tries to accelerate real estate accessibility and also control the market and ensure stability and also digitalize the administrative instructions and accelerate all the paper work related to investment in land and also help the land and real estate promoters. So there is the group called Al Umran, which represents the implementing organism of the country, and also there is other groups that help implement the vision of the state in terms of providing a suitable urban project and controlling the real estate market and respond to the market uh, according to what is affordable and also with what can improve their life and the environment and the housing accessibility and also to supervise and watch the sustainability in the real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end, I would like to thank all the participants in this conference and I wish you good luck and success. And I think the fact that Morocco hosted such conference will enrich the discussions related to this vital uh, issue, and it is also an occasion to exchange the different experiences within the Arab states. So the conclusions and also the outcomes that will we have will be a guiding outlines to the participants. So how can we promote the real estate? How can we make it more sustainable? How can we benefit from technology? How can we improve and benefit from the partnership between the private and the public sector? So answering all these problematics and this question cannot be done by only the government, but it's a collective work between government and different stakeholders, including international stakeholders, by implementing operations that target the general welfare. So thinking about this pushes us to come out with innovative and new solutions in terms of regulations, investment, financing, in order to enhance and promote the real estate justice. In the end, I am sure that this conference will be successful because there will be recommendations springing from a new dynamism in the real estate and take as a pillar of enhancing environment, social and society and economy in a way that will emphasize and enhance our historical and cultural civilization. And wish you a good luck in this third Arab Led conference. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا معالي.
Thank you very much, Mr. the Minister. Thank you for this valuable speech. And thank you for raising all these questions. So directly now we give the floor to Mr. Mahmoud Hamdallah, the representative of Habitat in the Arab League. Ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. I am happy to participate with you in this third Arab conference on land that represents an opportunity to gather efforts between all the Arab states in order to maintain development and also promote this very important sector. And I would like to transmit the greetings from Mr. Abul Ghaid, the head of the Arab League. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is no denying that the Arab states face challenges in terms of land acquisition and also land management with the climate change and different kind of stability issues in the region. That's why the Arab League tried in different ministerial commissions try to make strategies in order to ensure cooperation between Arab states and in order to find platforms between experts and exchange information. Among these subjects is the Arab strategy for habitat and the sustainable development adopted in 2016 in Mauritania. This convention represents a framework of the Arab efforts. The Arab League also made sure to be a partner in the previous editions of land conferences in terms of development and promoting governmental policies in different Arab states and also support the Arab states that are trying to implement technological and smart solutions and also in order to improve infrastructure in a comprehensive way. Ladies and gentlemen, the Arab participation in this conference is a great opportunity for dialogue, also promoting the governmental policies and exchange them in a way that will help establish a better future for the Arab, and it will end by having smart and innovative solutions that will help establish and implement the different Arab agendas and also respond to the needs and to the needs of the Arab generation and help also establish sustainable development for all the urban zones in the Arab lands. So this conference has many technical sessions, technical meetings with different experts, and I am sure that the dialogues that are organized this year in this conference will surely help the cooperation between the Arab and will come out with solutions that can be implemented. In the end, I would like to thank to the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting this conference, and I would like also to thank the Minister of National Planning, Urban Planning, Housing and Urban Policy, and I'd like to thank all the partners, and I wish you a good luck and getting and I wish for it to be fruitful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mahmoud Fathallah, for your speech. Now we will give the floor to Mr. Sebastian Wild, the head of cooperation for German cooperation in Rabat. Mr. Witt, you have the floor, please. Good morning.
Since its inception in 2016, the Arab Land Initiative, under the leadership of UN Habitat and the Global Land Tool Network, has become an exceptional platform that addresses key challenges in the land sector of the region. And I would just add a small personal comment after the first speeches that we heard. Next weekend we have quite a decisive general election in Germany, and one of the topics that is currently also not running the campaign, but is also discussed in the campaign, is the question of especially rising housing prices in metropolitan areas, but also lack of housing, and the consequences for the social economic development in the society. And I'm quite convinced that you always have to work on both ends. On the one hand, what do you have to do in metropolitan areas to achieve having more affordable housing, but also not to lag behind in the development of rural areas where you have lots of people that would like to stay in their rural areas where you have to build infrastructure. And I'm very convinced that you always have to work on both sides, but of course you also have to have the means for working on both sides and both areas. The German government, through the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, began supporting the initiative in 2019. The Arab Region Program on Good Land Governance in support of inclusive development, peace and stability is currently in its second phase. I would like to take this moment to congratulate team and members for their excellent work and remarkable achievements. However, we all recognize that the work must continue and our efforts will need to be intensified as the challenges ahead are becoming increasingly complex. We face significant challenges such as expanding deserts, land degradation, and drastically reduced water resources, also here in Morocco, all exacerbated by climate change and a growing population. Agricultural land as well as rangelands are under increasing pressure, and violent conflicts are contributing to food insecurity. Land tenure is a crucial part of the solution. It helps create the conditions for social peace, higher agricultural productivity, food security, conservation of forest landscapes, and sustainable use of natural resources. Land rights are essential for implementing the Rio Conventions and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Of particular note is the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD, as the only binding agreement in the area of land. Ladies and gentlemen, research and experience show that women, youth, indigenous peoples, and local communities worldwide fight the challenging battle to overcome an often unequal distribution of land. They face great barriers to fair access to natural resources and are at high risk of being excluded from sustainable development. Addressing land means addressing rights and unfairness. It also means addressing resources with possibilities of increased income for households with secure land rights. And land rights improve representation of those who have a title. Rights, resources, representations. With those 3 R's, we believe land rights have a truly transformative power, especially for those often excluded. Ladies and gentlemen, we all must continue to collaborate and to exchange knowledge. Initiatives like NELGA, the Network for Excellence in Land Governance in Africa, and the NELGA Alumni Network are an example for best practice in this regard. Strengthening land administration, monitoring land governance, and supporting land reforms remain crucial. We all need to continue advocating for land rights for women, young people, indigenous people, and local communities. Their land tenure security is key to unlock their enormous potential as drivers of sustainable development and food security. People, their land tenure rights must be at the center of land and nature-based solutions to achieve the SDGs as well as the objectives of the 3 Rio Conventions. And with this, maybe also a task, I wish all conference participants fruitful discussions and collaboration towards better and fair land solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wild, for your statement. Donc, الآن الكلمة.
Now the floor is to Ms. Sukaina Abdelilah Nasrawi, responsible for the file of sustainable development for the LESQUA. You have the floor under your upload. In the name of God, Excellency the Minister Adi Ben Ibrahim, the Secretary General of the State for the politics of the city, Mr. Mahmoud Fathallah, Mr. Sebastian White, President of the Cooperation in the German Embassy, Ms. Quan Zhuangji, responsible for the program of real estate transformation, Ms. Rania Hadia, regional representative of Arabs in the UN, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear presents, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you today in the 3rd Arab Land Conference, this event which reunites many of the policymakers to discuss one of the most crucial questions to better up the lives of everyone, which is the good governance, rational governance of lands. It is not only about technical aspects, but it is the cornerstone to achieve the sustainable development, since it affects directly the real estate expansion, social justice, food security, and the ability to adapt to climate change. In this context, the Sustainable Development Goals do highlight the importance of good governance to achieve justice, social justice, and just social development. Sadly, our Arab region does suffer from the conflicts and the crises in this aspect of governance. We have the forced displacement of the population, which hinders sustainable development, and the rapid expansion of cities, and the lack of urban policies has led to many informal aspects. This is why we want to reinforce the administration of lands and guarantee the rights of rightful property. Ladies and gentlemen, good governance and good strategies do contribute to flexible and smart cities. In this context, the Pact for the Future comes into play to reinforce these principles, since it highlights the importance of governance of lands in the context of sustainable development and insists on adopting just and fair policies. It also insists on the importance of the house of urbanization and the guaranteeing a sustainable development that does not marginalize anyone. When we talk about a development that does not marginalize anyone, we need to talk about modern technologies and this transition to modern and sustainable cities, which has become a tangible reality in our area. And these techniques has become critical tools because these policies do ameliorate the lands, which reinforces transparency and helps governments to take good decisions for the usage and the privatization of lands. This is why it is mandatory to work with digital tools, and we can cite the importance of encouraging local and national governments to use this technology. Dear Presence, in the context of realizing sustainable development at the regional level, let's go out with a very narrow cooperation with the UN do deploy enormous efforts in the context of sustainable development, and this is through voluntary tools at the regional level. And it has been a fact that we have been developing new methods which represents an essential tool to evaluate its progression towards sustainable development and also reinforcing transparency and activating the sustainable dialogue at the national and regional level. These expositions that has been presented in many cities, from which the Oman city in Jordan and the Agadir city in Morocco have highlighted the importance of urban planification. These efforts do help local governments to adopt policies that are more sustainable, more fair and just to tackle urban challenges. And since we realize the importance of building capacities of local and regional governments in the context of sustainable urbanization and good governance of lands, ESCWA does work with the stakeholders in the reinforcement of the policy makers, especially in terms of land management. And one of the most important initiatives which reflect this commitment is the initiative of the Academy of the Leaders of Arab Cities, which is a regional leading initiative under the banner of ESCWA and the UN. And the first edition of this initiative has been conducted in 2024. It has started in July in the ESCWA in the US, and it has been concluded in the 12th Convention of Cairo in 2024 as well. This academy has focused on the importance of priorities and challenges in the area, from which we have the management of land. In this regard, they have conducted initiatives to reinforce and build the capacities of the leaders to achieve more fair and just sustainable environments. This initiative has been critical, and it had many sub-initiatives with many stakeholders at the national, local, and regional level. And this is, of course, for its recommendations to reflect the true needs of the area of the Arab area. This initiative in 2025, in this same year, we will have a new chance for the cities in the area to expand its horizons in terms of urban modernization. And of course, we talk also about governance. I see this opportunity in my name and in the name of the ESCWA. We invite you to participate in this initiative. We invite you and we invite the international stakeholders in this initiative, which helps sustain the sustainable development. We ask for your cooperation to be able to realize this second edition of the Academy. Finally, this conference is a good opportunity to exchange information and to reinforce the cooperation between all the stakeholders, to illustrate policy strategies that are more fair and just in terms of land management. I thank you very much for your participation, and a big thanks to the Kingdom of Morocco for organizing this conference. And we are looking forward for fruitful conversations, for innovative solutions to manage lands. Together, we build more just Arab cities in which technology and good governance prevails. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Nasrawi. Sustainable cities. Sustainable Arab cities at the highest level. Now, the word is for Juan Kwanja, the president of the real estate in the UNICA.
The floor is yours. Sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Merci pour l'encourager.
Thank you for pronouncing my name perfectly.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Let me stand on the protocols already observed in recognizing the government and especially the Department of Housing, Water Resources, Disaster Reduction, the Ministry for hosting this conference, but also all those that have supported it. From the Economic Commission for Africa, the sister organization to ESQA, which also hosts the African Land Policy Conference, previously the Land Policy Initiative. We are extremely pleased to see the growth of this particular conference. We host a similar conference in Addis Ababa, the Conference on Land Policy in Africa, which we welcome you in November also to participate in. But we are especially pleased to be partnering with you in this third Arab Land Conference under the theme Land Solutions for Investments, Resilience, and Innovation. I bring greetings from our Executive Secretary, Mr. Clever Gatete, and the Regional Director hosted here in Morocco, Mr. Adam El Haika, who couldn't be here. Those of us who are seated here, we know the statistics that by 2050, the majority of our people will be living in urban areas. That is already the case in many, many countries. Many of our cities host unprecedented proportions of population. And that's why the Africa Union Commission, who we support, whose agenda we support, hosted the Africa Urban Forum in September last year, during which several stakeholders convened to exchange information, but also to advocate for a sustainable agenda for the development of our cities in the context of achieving Agenda 2063 and by extension, the SDGs Agenda 2030. In the context of the forum last year in September, there was an AU declaration that was adopted to promote the sustainable development of African cities. The declaration was also supported with key commitments to make investments that are needed and the partnerships to increase financing, capacity building programs, and other supportive instruments. It is important to note that in tandem, in January, we also adopted the CADEP, which is the Comprehensive Africa Development Program, the strategy through a Kampala declaration that will see us through from next year to 2035. In this regard, it is important that the linkages between the urban and the rural be not ignored. The CADEP Agenda and Action Plan indicate that some of the key drivers for agri-food systems and will continue to be the key drivers include urbanization and increasing population, in addition to other areas which include our economic development and incomes rising, but also environment and climate change. In so doing, some of the key priorities that were identified in January include securing productive resources, especially land rights for women, youth, and marginalized groups through targeted programs on land, finance, and others such as markets. But key to this is innovation, innovative approaches. At ECA, we address land governance and management in both the urban and rural setting. They may be based in different departments, but we are extremely unified by key programs that bring us all together, including examining how we de-risk the environment through which private sector is functioning, promoting regional value chains, and also building resilient African economies to climatic shocks. So when we look at the issues that span these three key areas, land governance and management is central. That's why in supporting the CADIP agenda, we integrate issues of land management and governance in the context of promoting agricultural value chains, in the context of the work that we do promoting women's land rights in several African countries, but also in the context of looking at the environment and climate change. We host the Africa Climate Policy Center, which also supports this work. We will continue to examine through the African Land Policy Center opportunities to engage, especially through the Network of Excellence on Land Governance in Africa, which we have partnered with GIZ, and which the North African node is hosted right here in Morocco, and working closely with ESQA to broaden the family in the implementation of these key issues. We look forward again to fruitful deliberations here, and I look forward to taking home what I will have learned in partnering with you as we look forward to the African conference. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Juan. Thank you. والآن الكلمة.
Now, the last statement of Mr. Rania Hediya, the rep of the UN Habitat. You have the floor, Madam Hediya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, Excellency Mr. Adib Ibrahim, in charge of the relation, Mr. Hadar Allah, in the Arab League, Mr. Sebastian, and the President of the Cooperation in the German Embassy, and Madame Sukaina Nasrawi, my dear Nasrawi, Director of the for the West of Asia, and Juan Wanja, and the coordinator of the African Land Policy Centers.
I am delighted to welcome you here today in the opening of the Arab Conference, the third one for Arab lands. This conference comes in a crucial setting, crucial context where the Arab world faces many challenges and crises among climate change that causes drought, desertification, and risks to food security. We can also see conflicts that have influenced, impacted our Arab cities, and so impact them in the Arab world. The increase of competition on lands and resources continues to cause displacement and other phenomena. The increase of gaps, social gaps that impact many aspects, despite the opportunities that the urban growth offers and and urban expansion offers at our board. This is not exploited enough and in the best manner due to urban expansion that is not planned and that is not in order, which causes randomness and not efficient exploitation. Up until now, offering aligned housing for all is still impacted. Sadly, we have heard from the previous experts that the phenomenon exists in the Western world as well. The quarter of citizens in our region still live in settlements that are not official and random. And to reach sustainable growth and social growth that is sustainable and environmental growth that is sustainable, we need to better use our resources. Our lands exist and they have a lot of resources. If we plan efficiently, we will be able to exploit these resources in a more effective manner, which will positively impact urban expansion, urban development. The subject, the topic of this conference has been precisely and accurately chosen to put lands in the heart of new challenges in parallel to growth and development. We always say new in habitat. Efficient planning will result in the best exploitation of lands. This will positively impact urban development and economic development and sustainable development in a general manner. That is why the topic of lands is something that is of high importance, where the new strategy of UN Habitat focuses, which will start in 2026 to 2029, which is also an axis of development axes always in development spaces, sustainable development spaces in the United Nations. Despite our recognition of the problems, we are still optimistic about the development that has been done and the solutions that are offered and that are developed in our nation's digitalization, urban development, automation, data entry, and having approaches that are more efficient in land management. As UN Habitat, we work in many Arab nations, Syria, Iraq, and we've had good resolutions in this field. There is also a lot of expertise in the Gulf countries in innovation, development, land registration, or in land registration. We have worked in Agadir, we have worked in many countries, but as I said, the Arab governments have expertise themselves and many good experiences that we would like to hear today and tomorrow through these sessions and different sessions. And thanks to our coordinated contribution, the practitioners are working better in land management, and we hope that this conference will accelerate this positive impact and change, because dialogue and exchange of extracted lessons and best practices is one of the best activities to find the right solutions and the convenient solutions to our different societies. We will tackle these topics in the 3 days to come in 40 different technical sessions, and more than 120 experts and speakers will present good practices. They will also discuss the manners and the ways to find better holistic and inclusive approaches. We need to tackle these, we need to take them into account, and we wish that you will be having action with us in this conference. deciders, decision makers, presidents of land registry agencies from different countries and experts are with us here in this event, and I hope that we will all contribute to finding better solutions and better approaches. We should not deny the crucial role of practitioners and workers in land management because they develop policies that are applicable and they also develop them to a reality. Universities also play a major role, whether in presenting research locally made and also context relevant and reality relevant, or also even contributing to discussion and training young people that are well able to bring positive contributions to the reality. We are happy about launching the space for the regional academic network for excellency in this conference, where a platform for bringing aboard more new young people in the field. We are also proud about our relation with civil society, which demonstrates that working with non-governmental actors bring solutions and also contribute to finding society solutions. Real planning also helps with crises, as we've seen in Arab cities in the recent times. Protecting property rights and land rights and registry of property and re-urbaning houses and also reforms on infrastructure. All of these aspects and components are essential in and society's inclusion and social inclusion. This conference is not only a platform to demonstrate the best practices, but it is also a space for thinking together and coordination to talk about these solutions, innovative solutions that will make and transform crises and challenges into solutions. And the UN Habitat Program for urban settlements with many governments, with many other governments have worked on land management, land governance, and urban planning and adequate housing. And we have published many of our programs concerning lands in the Arab region that are also available in the digital library for the conference, and I hope that you will take a look at it. And we are happy having partners that are committed and that we have here with us today. As UN Habitat, we keep being committed to working with you in the next years through developing knowledge, capacity building, reforming policies, and also implementing the programs and approaches that are necessary in different cities and nations and societies in our Arab world to improve our collaborative contribution for adequate and safe housing to all and sustainable land properties. Ladies and gentlemen, after the launch of our discussions today, I urge you to exchange experiences and knowledge from different countries and also focus on technical and scientific solutions that are applicable in the field, developing and reinforcing and enhancing collaboration and coordination. The relations already exist. I hope that this platform and conference will result in resolutions that are applicable, that will contribute to making a better future for land governance in the Arab region. Before concluding, I would like to thank sincerely the Moroccan Kingdom, the Kingdom of Morocco for its welcoming, hosting, and commitment and rich contribution which made this conference possible. I would like to thank the organizers, the Ministry of Planning and Urban Policy, the Arab University, ESCO and ECA, and I would like to thank the German Ministry for Cooperation, Economic Cooperation and Development for their long partnership with the UN Habitat or the United Nations Program for Human Settlements and also Arab Lands Exchange, which all of this contributed, and they have contributed a lot in our advancements in this field, and we valorize this cooperation. And we also recognize its role in sustainable development in the Arab world. I would also like to appreciate all participants, which are more than 300 today. This showcases the importance of the topic in the Arab region, but also globally, not only in our Arab world. Hundreds of participants are following us remotely, and we welcome you all, and we hope that these discussions will be rich. And we also expect partnership with you and your contribution to the rich discussions in the next 3 days. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rania. I've said that this was the last speech or intervention, but actually this was the penultimate one. The Minister of Planning and Urban Development in Somalia, Mr. Noor. Please go ahead. Go ahead, Your Excellency.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Good morning, everybody. Peace be upon you.
Ministries and all protocols and observed. All the distinguished delegates and representatives, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure that I attend the Third Arab Land Conference. Please let me share with you wishes from our President and Excellencies, His Excellencies Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud and His Excellency Prime Minister, both of them who were cordially greeting you from Somalia. Your Excellencies, I would like to thank the Moroccan government for their warm hospitality and for their long-standing footprint on supporting the unity and sovereignty of Somalia. I would also like to thank the UN Habitat and international community, international partners, National Treasury of Urban Planning, the Arab League of Arab States, Moroccan government who is hosting this conference, Ministry of Treasury and Urban Planning, Housing and City Policy, UN Habitat, GLTN, and all others who really participated and contributed holding this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the Third Arab Land Conference is a special platform to discuss the realities of the Arab land and the rapid urbanization phenomenon. If our land is not well organized and well regulated, nor managed, then we may enter into unknown, what's called a Neolithic Revolution era, or refers to Paleozoic era. We all know that millions of individuals were recently forced back into the extreme poverty, and equal number of people experienced eviction, relocation, slum settlement, or irregular settlement, or informal settlement. Irregular migration or between neighboring countries who are mostly in displacement. Your honorable delegates, I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this historical gathering in Rabat and creating a platform to briefly discuss the Arab land issues. I would like to enlighten and enhance your understanding of the history of land in Somalia. Over the last centuries, land in Somalia has always been common asset ruled by a customary system. During the colonial era, British and Italian power was concentrated in the cities. It was here that the colonial exercised their greatest control over the land tenure regimes, implementing European-style cadastral system for recording property ownership in the country. During that socialist and revolution government, our uncertainty over the land rights later has led to violence and contributed to the civil war over the last 30 years. However, today the legal framework of Somalia land tenure system is a mix of the secular, Sharia, customary law. This legal pluralism has often provided a flexible structure that local actors have used to craft appropriate solutions, but it has also left gray areas within which conflict could reignite at any time. Today, Somalia restored stability and recovering from that long span civil war, and now it is coming to the development stage. But the question is how to govern a land and how to balance cities in embracing challenges after a long span of informal settlement. It's almost 35 years that Somalia, as you see, has not have a strong institutions to govern these land areas. So with that difficulty, Somalia is struggling to make, the land in an appropriate way and, and establish, the better, rules and regulations. Using technology, transparency, and uncertainty, it is land tenure, town planning, and land registry system. From our end of bargain, Somalia, my administration is steady to introduce integrated approach to land governance and land conflict resolution through community engagement and show ownership, to strengthen local capacity, to introduce innovative approach to land management, to collaborate, coordinate effectively with international local stakeholders, to control urbanization and informal settlement by introducing gradually appropriate legal regulations, policies, and standard guidelines. Honorable and distinguished guests, in this unique conference, we will attentively listen the innovative approaches to land administration and urban planning that could integrate environmental and social issues, protection of IDBs, and mechanisms that could provide high-quality buildings and functioning urban metabolism. My minister is always ready to introduce the fit-for-purpose land administration and mainstream concept in Somalia. We will also share inspiring, resilient stories about Somali people, our vision for where strategic plan 2029. I'm very optimistic, and I believe we can regain these milestones and meet the expectations of our people and citizens if we fulfill the commitments with the support of tangible partnership. In conclusion, Arab Land Conference could be a good samba for Arab Land Initiative, and we may benefit from the sustainability appraisal towards a better land management, to make better cities and sustainable development, resilient cities with their climate changes. To do so, we must think of an international, competitive, inclusive economy between Arab lands, building infrastructures to support the development in the region, and strengthen our regional integration and global linkages. Finally, from the third Arab Land Conference, let us commit to more actions that are environmentally friendly and urban development and urban, you can say, inclusively and friendly, environmentally friendly cities. Inshallah, Somalia will be, recovering and creating to this level of, you can say, resilient cities to climate changes and inclusive to all citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. شكرا جزيلا معالي السيد الوزير. إذا كانت هذه
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. That was the last speech in this opening session. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for listening. Just some informations in terms of organization. And there has been a great effort deployed. We just want to remind you about the application called WebEx that can be downloaded from App Store. Also, there is a secured streaming and also we made sure that there is a transportation and we have tea breaks in the room next to this conference room, and there is a collective photo that we will be taking in the next building. Thank you very much for participating, and I invite you to take the collective picture. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. محدثكم خليفة السويدي من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إلى المملكة المغربية لاستضافة هذا المؤتمر المهم. جلستنا اليوم.
Good morning, Khalid Swihli from Emirat. Our talk today will be quite different from what we are hearing in such meetings, because when it comes to developing the economy, the property and land sector is considered as very important and the key sector to develop economy. And when we talk about real estate in general, it's not just securing the needs of people in terms of residence and habitat. The housing is something crucial in every country in the world. But when it comes to the economic field, when the habitat sector is well organized and developed, it helps also the economy. Because when we talk about land and property, we don't mean just providing houses and habitats, but it's a long journey that starts by land acquisition, building the property, and benefiting from the property, and also creating economic opportunities that come along, and many services that are included, and that can attract investments in this sector. I am from Dubai. It was a small city, but was developed thanks to the instructions of leadership, and cannot be compared to some very old and historical cities in the Arab world, and I hope the best for all the Arab cities. So, in the beginning, my guest in this session, Madam Badria, is the director of administrative policies, and also Koaga, the head of the program and coordinator of the Center of the African Policies. And we have the architect Khalid Saddiq, is the head of the Urban Fund from Egypt, and Claudine Karaki, High Consultant of the Ministry of Finance from Lebanon, and Mariam Jaja, the General Director of the Arab Group for Protecting Nature from Jordan. So our talk this morning is about the use and implementation of the new tools and technological tools in the field of property. So my question to Madame Badria, from your experience in real estate and your work in the Kingdom of Morocco, can the regulations and the laws that are existing today, can they support and can they be considered as a ground to use the technological techniques? Allow me, because I will talk in French.
First, I would like to tell you that it's a real honor to be part of this third Arab Land Conference. And I would like to seize this opportunity to thank our friend countries to be amongst us, so we can share our best practices. It's an honor for me to be in this panel, this round table, a high-level round table to talks about land and that looks at the innovative side of it. I would like to start by talking about some challenges, to remind you of the challenges, but also to set the context. I will share with you the challenges of Morocco that are also the same challenges for the Arab countries. As you know, Morocco has seen urban movement that's very important, that is confirmed in the last census of 2024, and that will keep growing by 2050, same as all the Arab countries present among us today. So this urban change question us or ask us to start thinking about the land resource, because the land resource has a cost, is scarce, that is regulated. So we all have to use this resource the best way possible. So I would like to remind you that some of the problems we do have, before even talking about the legal framework and how it supports innovation. So the land resource is much more difficult to access. It's costly. We all see an increased cost to it. There is also a conflict of use. Do we use it for agriculture, for industry, for habitat, and that can create some tension. And also, as you may know, to access land at the urban side, you also need the infrastructure to support it. And these infrastructures have a cost, so we cannot just build city without infrastructures. And let's not forget the impact of climate change. So we are all seeing a lot of natural disasters, health disasters, and the risk is an important issue to take into account. Of course, we also have the issue of innovation. What can new technologies, especially digital, bring to the table? First to us, Morocco, but to all countries that are among us. How to reduce the digital break and how to support the evolution of or the digital reform. So we are seeing the same challenges, the same problems in all countries. So how did Morocco answer those issues? Under the guidelines of His Majesty the King, we set some referentials that are extremely important. So in all the guidelines of His Majesty, they talk about sustainable use of land, about sustainable investment. And as you know, Morocco has a roadmap for 2035. It is the new development model of Morocco, and it puts the digital transformation at the heart of this new strategy. First, to accelerate the growth, but also to improve the competitiveness of our country. The objective is to put the kingdom in the first third in all rankings globally, and also to set some ecosystems that are around this ambition of integrated, sustainable development of urban development of our country. So Morocco has also decided to do an advanced regionalization. So through it, we had put this regional side, and also we set the governance at the territory level, which is very important. We have also set, in terms of regulation, a new charter for investment. This new charter for investment today points to all the problems that we can find in the field of land. So through this charter that is supported through a specific governance, so we have 12 regional centers for investment, and that are 12 platforms. It's called Morocco Invest. So the idea is to have an investment into strategic sectors, also reduce the gaps between the regions, reduce the gaps in the access to land, and reduce the gap in the sectorial side in order to guide the investor into sustainable investment, an investment that will generate revenue in the chosen sectors. We have amongst us the representative of land issue in Morocco, especially the registration administration. So we had done land consultations throughout the nation, throughout the nation, and this consultation led to a strategy that calls for having a modern land model. We reformed the registration office, and this reform covered many topics. One of them was the registration itself. So today, in order for land to become an accessible resource to all, a lot of efforts were deployed to register all land. So we are in this trajectory to scale it up. The same way, many strategies, many programs were made official in Morocco. So these strategies are governed by framework, by legal framework, but they are done at the regional level. So there are many strategies: 2030, 2035, 2040, 2045, and they are there to implement our vision on the land issue. So how are these strategies developed? Or how are they implemented? They are implemented through the digital transformation, following the guidelines of His Majesty the King. So first, we start with the digitalization of the administration. That's the first thing to do. The first thing is to make our process at the administration digital. It is also developing a digital economy that supports today the enterprises, that supports the private sector. It is support for the sector to lighter regulations and other orientations that are being implemented of this strategy. It is improving the infrastructure, improving the access to infrastructure, which is important, and there is also the digital inclusion through capacity building, and finally what we call the digital sovereignty, with all the security or the safety aspects that comes with it. So I first wanted to talk about the ecosystem of Morocco. I wanted to talk about the general regulations and that talk about many sectors. We will talk later about the legal framework in the urban sector, and or maybe we can come back to it later.
وستكون لي أيضا كذلك أسئلة أخرى إن شاء الله بعد السؤال هذا لكن نعطي
much. We'll come back to you. We will give the floor to the other panelists in this session. Mr. Khalid from the Republic of Egypt. Of course, Egypt is a great country, and the real estate development in Egypt is one of the examples that we have seen. Many development, a very promising future that serve the Egyptian citizens. From your own perspective, with the new technology, we have DeepSeek comes from China, and the AI from USA, and with sophisticated programs like the blockchain and the smart contracts for the report. From your own perspective, Egypt, do you expect and anticipate the technological sophistication that will be adopted in Egypt? Will it have a push and a boost for supporting investment, especially the foreign investment? Let me say, it has already been done, and I think Egypt in the last decade, while using the technology for all the programs and all the modern technology, we have used it to say that what can we done with that? And I believe that everybody knows today that the real estate is has been developed, and everybody would say that this speed might have something that is positive or negative. This demonstrates there is a usage of technology today, and we come to a stage and a phase that we have started to monitor lands. For example, in the fund, it has just, we used to call it Fund for Developing Marginalized and Vulnerable Areas. Now we have given it a new name after we have a new ranking. So we call it the Fund for the Urban Development, meaning that the cities within the Republic. What we can say, Egypt is a good example for our conference, our panel, that we monitor work. All the engineers, all the architects, they have tablets. So when a person in the office has a tablet and can monitor and screen all the projects and what is happening in even remote projects. You know, Egypt is a very large one. Now, using a dashboard, this is very important. When the dashboard has all the information in the real estate, and its objective is to reorient the strategy in developing any other region. Now we can take a decision while being in the office. Before, I have been the president of the fund. I used to travel a lot and to be mobilized most of the time. Now the decision is taken how we can see the lands, the zones, and monitoring and ranking the lands. This has given us facility to see what kind of land do I have and what are the needs of the region for the networking about the premises. So I can say that my decision would be what is appropriate for this land and what is the best project we can do for that. We have certain lands. Everybody knows the Abu Ard land within the old Cairo. We called it Fustat zone. Now it changed from 500 acres. It was a place for the waste. So we have 500 land. Now we use it for the buildings. And now it has been used for a central park. We have the animal zoo. It exists, but we need an entertaining park. It would be a complementing one. So this land becomes a park. It will be something important in Africa, one of the universal parks. So we're talking about also 500 acres in Egypt. We will be very proud to have the region of the place called Fustat. Now, when somebody asks you, where do you live? You said, I am living close to the pyramid. I'm not talking about the Giza. I'm talking about another region that is a more sophisticated one. It is very popular now in Egypt. So there has been important studies. There's also a neighboring area called Barat. It overviews different parks. So while using new technology, a dashboard, digitalization in our work, so now we come to a phase that we can compete with time. What we used to achieve in 1-2 years, we can do it now in a shorter time based on modern studies while being in the office, as I said. Thank you, sir. The Republic of Egypt, there is continuous development, and this advancement happened in Egypt, and I think all the Arab regions and for Africa. My question to Juan, being in the African country, the continent where there are many resources and can be invested for the development of the African citizens and the region. Do you have any examples for technical projects? I have read before that Rwanda, they had many technical projects or technology or project that has been implemented all over the country, and how this technology register the rights of the real estate and to facilitate the investment over lands. Do you have other examples from the African continent that you can share with us? Thank you.
Would you like me to repeat the question in English, Dr. Juan? No. Okay. It's working. It's working.
It's working?
Yeah.
Okay, great. No, I think I understand it. But let me start by saying that what I have heard from what has happened in Morocco and Egypt comes as a result of firm commitment from leadership, which is exactly what happened in the case, for instance, of Rwanda. So on the African continent, what we promoted at the continental level is a platform where countries can learn from one another in the context of the African Union Summit, but also in the context of the Specialized Technical Committee that oversees work of land and agriculture. So getting onto that platform in itself for matters land governance, and as you know, land governance, I would say it used to be a very contentious issue. I don't think it is anymore. But I think that is because of the work that has been done by those that are sitting here to develop tools that have helped to demystify the issue of land governance, removing it only from the realm of the political to bringing it more closer to economic related issues. So it does help when our leadership sees the direct connection between good land management and the use of these tools and development in itself. So I would say that's where it starts. So in the African continent, where, in my view, including, for instance, this region, where that commitment has been exercised and realized, then everything else seems to follow. The next thing, I believe, is one where you take the continental, global tools and domesticate them at country level. This does require some element of capacity building and capacity development, especially in countries where we don't have that inherent human resource capacity, but also financial capacity. So the partnerships, even in the case of Rwanda, in the case of Ethiopia, for instance, where you have complexity of systems that go from the central, but also to the regional governments, but where we have seen land tenure being secured and the use of tools that, for instance, were developed by the Global Land Tool Network, including the STDM. Many of you are sitting here, Clarissa, you're here, and other colleagues, and using them not to replace systems that exist, but using them to answer questions of the complexity that exists on the ground, and using those tools to ask ourselves, how do we secure the land rights so that we can then advance investments? Investments at rural sector, but also investments in the urban sector. Where we have seen the sprawl of slums, the question then becomes, how do we reverse that in countries where we have had that? There's a lot of development, if you come where I live in Ethiopia, that have occurred. It's a complex situation where you have slums and you're converting them to high-rise buildings. But it has happened. But it does leave us also asking questions of, are we marginalizing anybody in that process? And how do we address those people who could be marginalized by maybe integrating them in the context of that development and using tools that help us to first identify who they are and secure their rights, and then go ahead and then answer the questions of how we do that. So I would say that in general, issues of leadership, commitment, and capacities, partnerships that help us to do that, even as we engage with our bilateral partners, we engage knowing that land is central. It's not just about the issues of agriculture, issues of tourism, issues of mining, but in the context of agriculture, how do we mainstream the land issue in those other sectors, including the urban sector, so that we address those issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. شكرا جزيلا دكتورة جوان.
Thank you very much. I recall then I remember how the corona pandemic impacted the economy in the world. And I remember, or I recall, or I anticipate that the governments who had digital infrastructure could be able to present many of the services to the citizens and to the investors in their own countries. I know that using new technology will be beneficiary to society and to the investment opportunities and private sector. I would like to ask the question to Claudine from Lebanon. Post the economic crisis, what Lebanon has done to recruit investment technologically wise, or the way you conduct it in Lebanon?
First of all, it is my honor to be here in this conference about housing and investments in housing. For the Lebanese experiment, it is indeed a unique experience. If we talk about the past with all the crises, this country has gone through, or just as we can say that Lebanon is the phoenix bird, always stemming from the ashes. After the conception of the new government, we have a new situation. But before answering the question, I would just want to say that we are in a housing industry, a land industry. The new government has taken upon itself to do immediate reforms, and thanks to God and His grace, Lebanon is a land that is able to be reformed. It has a good land infrastructure, and this is since the year 99 with the World Bank project. We had a full digitization of all the lands in Lebanon and a mechanized, automatized land registry. We have now new challenges, and we have 6 axes. First of all, facilitated and affordable housing for the private and the public sector. Secondly, the policies of green housing and smart housing. And at the Lebanese level, indeed, it has demonstrated a good potential, since we have right now sustainability in the Lebanese housing, and this is despite not having financial support. And I have an example that has been cited by His Excellency the Minister, which is the American Lebanese University. It has demonstrated how the private sector can work with smart standards for these smart cities we are talking about. And thanks to the commitment to these standards, it has been a candidate for 6 awards. And this accomplishment has been chosen because this university that has taken place in a rural area called the Blat in the mountains, and we have been able to baptize and construct a small city, including AI, internet. Every technological aspect is present there. This is a demonstration of the Lebanese will and how they can work individually and work in the private sector. The cooperation between the private and the public sector is something that is very important. We are still working on it, especially with the new government and the new Ministry of Finance, who is an entrepreneur, who has much experience and work with the private sector, especially in real estate and lands and housing. Currently, he is working on the full digitalization of the housing and lands. Currently, we are working on the validation of the project in the Parliament, a project in which we have one-stop shop for each person who wants to buy a land. Due to this project of this portal, he will not go to the ministry. He can do his whole operation online. Secondly, Lebanon has launched 6 technological electronic services. These services are holistic. I will not go into further details, but the most important one is the push notification, which is related to an outside or a foreign investor who has the access to the information to all modifications or all updates about his land. Everything is done through digital e-services, And in the case of a person who wants to buy a land or sell a land, he can go to the portal, to the website. He can see the fees, the price, and this is not only for transparency, but also to prevent blackmailing and corruption. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Akluddin. The Lebanese Republic is still the destination that is preferred by many Arabs, and we hope for the return of stability to this country. One of the points you have evoked is the sustainable aspect of real estate in Lang. You have also talked about the cooperation at the societal level and how we can work around it. Assalamu alaikum. Hello, thank you for the invitation. Before starting, I would love to give a moment of appreciation, of silence for all the defenders of the lands in Syria, Palestine, and all different areas of the Arab world. Thank you very much. I will start by saying that the absence of a good repertoire related to culture, to political will, the security of tenure is the initiation to land grabbing. Innovation and activity needs to be channeled through this portal. We need to relate this innovation in a channeled manner as to not turn this innovation into something sinister. How can we prevent this and achieve this? What's most important is to work in cooperation, to work at the national level, at the regional level, to share practices and experiences. We need to make sure that the civil society, which has a long lived experience, they should not be excluded from these mechanisms. We need to stay away from the greed of investors. And one of the most important aspects of this strategy is our governance and our sovereignty over food and food security. We have now the weaponization of aliments and food in Palestine, which is a severe case of bad exploitation. We only work on 30% of our lands in terms of agriculture. We are big importers. We need to believe in national, regional, complementary investments and to invest in these areas. This demands to stop being linked to some sinister policies which have forced us to reduce the costs and expenses on agriculture, on infrastructure of agriculture, and has limited innovation in the agriculture sector. And we have been forced to do exportations, cheap exportations that hinder our work and threatens the health of our soil. The prices of the lands have been rising, which have pushed people to move away from these lands. We need to free the debts of agricultures. What has started by the occupation is still extended and going until today. This policy that is hindering our progress. We need to take the best practices from the West, but we cannot copy the West. We need to learn from their success and their failures. However, we do not allow ourselves to forget about our intricacies, about our cultural specificities. The individualization and private property do harm our marginalized sectors. Other recommendations. First of all, I would like to highlight the importance of understanding the security of tenure. And we have worked on negotiations on this in this regard, especially regarding the commitments of countries outside of their own lands. Secondly, to support local initiatives who are linked to this compass we have been talking about, which is very important in our organization. We have planted many trees in Palestine, in Jordan, and we have helped the Palestinian population during the war. The importance of investment in giving importance to the struggle of the people due to wars. And here, now, at this time, there are people who come to say that I will buy Gaza, I will own it. And they say also that they will own it and keep it. This is a conclusion of the whole capitalist way of thinking. The road is long and not easy, but we can put a light on it together. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Miriam. We were wishing that, well, we learned that we have been working with the technology. We wished for more results from this technological revolution. Now I give the floor to the presents for questions, if anyone has any inquiries. Hello, I am the architect Khalid Jabrallah, Minister of Infrastructure and Development in Sudan. In fact, the conflict on lands and natural resources is a big problem that is cause for much thinking for governments. Armed conflicts, etc., have hindered the development of the country and has destroyed the resources. We need a regional mechanism that enforces the sovereignty of the land. Land is the most important factor in realizing peace, social justice, and the good and fair exploitation of resources. In Sudan, we needed a mechanism which has a historical responsibility. This mechanism has been an observatory, and with this observatory we have faced many challenges. First of all, we needed to find the balance between investments and natural resources to also work in a sustainable way. These are the essential elements, and it is also linked to the different resources. Another challenge is related to the validation of new procedures regarding to informal exploitation of the land. Another challenge is the lack of complementarity between stakeholders and the private and the public sector. And due to this, there has been no way to find smart complement. We are talking about the technical aspects of of the Arab lands. I do not deny what you have been saying, Ms. Mariam. However, we need to take the most advantage to talk about technical and technological aspects. How can we manage to have the best results from technologies to work on the land property and bring in investments? A part of a part that is talking about how the citizen can work, can manage to find himself able to protect his property, to exploit the land fairly. How can we work towards building smart cities that enable solutions for societies and countries? So my wish is that for the interventions to be around technical aspects, and this is for the better development of discussion during this session. Hello. First of all, I thank everyone for the good interventions. I am Dr. Anwar Abu Drifa from Palestine. Palestine for us, the land has a very, very serious connotation, a very serious effect on all the Palestinian people. I represent Palestine, and my brother Al Tamimi is here also. He can talk about land more than I can, but from a technical aspect, I will talk about 2 points. Technically, we need to have a special presence and a special usage of the new modern technologies in land management. I remember that I was doing a study, reading a study of my brother Albaz from Egypt, who was doing remote sensing to study the Oriental Sahara in Egypt. How was the usage of modern technologies in exploring the Sahara of Egypt? We have also the AI which is trending globally. Well, we can use right now AI in terms of real estate and property exploration. I salute my sister Miriam, who has noted and cited Palestine. She has honored us with her speech, and we cannot exclude the political aspect from the land aspect or the property aspect. Maybe we have a separation. However, when we talk about politics, we talk about lands. When we talk about the example of the person who has talked about owning Gaza, this is a sign that this capitalist invasion needs to be stopped, and the Arabs need to have their words about it. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mohamed Ougari from the National Center of Housing. I want to ask the intervener from Egypt, who has talked about a new technology that is used in terms of management of lands and property generally. What I want to ask him is, what is the degree of the securitization of property by usage of these modern technologies? Is there a relation between the usage of these technologies and the legal framework of land property in Egypt. How does it relate in terms of securizing what we call in Morocco the cadastre or land registry? So, by using this technology, are we able to secure these land registry and cadastre? Well, the question from a legal standpoint, are the laws related to this land registry related to this technology? Well, the laws are holistic. So, are these technologies included in these laws? Well, we had some problems early on in terms of land registry in Egypt. We had many lands. In which property was not clear. And we have some pieces of lands in which we have many people who claim it as their own, especially when we talk about heritage lands. For example, we have 40 meters owned by 140 heritors. This is why I expect that using technology and smart technology or blockchain technologies, we could use it to deal with these problems, especially when we have 130 inheritors, for example. We can put their names in the registry. And the question here is every one of these inheritors going to be able to use his inherited land correctly? Well, this question has many things to be discussed. The ministry right now has the means. Currently in Egypt, for each property, we will have a QR code, just like the ID for citizens. We have a national number for property right now. And when we talk about property, we do not talk about battlements. We do not talk about buildings. We talk about lands. And each piece of the building, for example, will have its own QR code, its own ID. And even for unclear properties, we will have the ways to identify it. I am talking about a facility which works on this, and I wish they were here with us to explain this further. Well, we hope in the next meetings, next conferences, we will have the chance to meet these people. Last question. Thank you for giving me the floor. I am Dr. Khalid Abdel Halim, registry officer from Egypt, and I am happy to add on my friend's intervention regarding the efforts of Egypt in terms of digital transition in land registry and property overall. Well, the state has worked on a geographical database for all the properties by using satellite images and air scanning. It is available for us in registry offices, and for this we need different elements to help us, of course, to work and separate between properties and properties reserved for projects, for example. Now, the Egyptian state is opening its hands for the citizens to regulate their exploitation of the lands, especially in the case of citizens who are exploiting state lands. And now we are working for more precise ways of identifying the properties. We have an architectural team that is well trained to give detailed approximations, and this is by using the technologies.
بشكل جيد ولكن هناك لسه يعني لا يزال هناك مجال.
But there is still a lot of space. For example, we have started in some experiences through the Ministry of Local Development by using digitalization in the management of land properties. It can be infrastructure like roads or any projects, any development projects or any local services, because this helps us to create plans for using these land properties. Lady Claudine, I believe you have an answer. What I have understood from your question, sir, the question that you have addressed, creating a fusion between the space and the land registration. Maybe this is the essential idea in your question. Maybe here the answer is the blockchain, as said by the dear experts with GIS technologies. If we create a fusion between them, of course we can answer your question. We need infrastructure and applying and activation administrations that will coordinate between the space or the surface and the land registration. This is for large countries. For small countries like Lebanon, it is easily applicable. This is what we are working on. Thank you, Lady Claudine. To continue what was said by Dr. Khalid, and my name is Tamer Fouda from the Egypro company. We work through satellite imagery and digital sensing and the management of blockchain. We create workflow for the organizations so that when they input the data and the details concerning the lands, we will have a narrowing of the data. We created the database in Egypt. This is the approach that we have conducted. It was not an individual's decision, but the whole country was ready to make a project like this one a reality. We started by narrowing the lands, the property, the state's property and the individual property, and we were also encouraging the individuals to register their properties, because these registrations are one of the most important aspects for the state, to narrow the lands. After doing all of this and fusing this with the database and the workflow, the mappings, the maps that we have created, so that we can put everything and create a relation between reality and the data, so that we can have a system. This is how we were able to reach these solutions. All of this is technological, of course, and also with the support of the state. This is how we were able to reach all of this in Egypt. I remember a day when we were transferring properties through paperwork, which took weeks. But now, with all technologies available, with all intelligence systems available, it is faster, of course. All the legal complex problems or problematics that we've had with without the attendance of the actors, marriage and transfer of property. All of this had to be done with attendance. Therefore, a reform, a review of these laws and registrations or legislations that supervise this matter. All of this is important, and I believe that we can take one more intervention to respect the time allocated for this session. I would like to give a chance to the dear audience if they have any one more intervention before giving the floor for the conclusion to our dear panelists. Dr. Slimia from the institution called the Agency of Research Concerning Lands in Palestine. I will continue what was said already by our partners. Despite all difficulties in Palestine, we use all technologies to know everything about every square meter in Palestine. We have conducted a research study which I would like to share with you. A map, a surface map for alignment of lands with development. We have used the remote system and satellite imagery to know what has to be developed in every square meter of Palestine. And we have also linked all of these to all registered aspects beforehand. This can be a part of maybe this is the secret for Palestinians to be very attached to the lands. No one will know the land as much as a Palestinian, with technologies or without technologies. There are some technologies that we are aware of. We know every square meter what it needs and how can we develop it by technology. We have used technology in a very efficient manner. Now we have a record for all lands, and now we have a program with the institution of urbanism, and the Palestinian authorities have the whole record, and all lands are linked to the previous maps. This is a record for you and for the generations to come, and to confirm that all rights, property rights, and land rights do not escape the And now we have the last intervention because we are surpassing the time allocated for this session. Lubna Hwaitaj from Jordan. I would like to talk about the application or the app used in Jordan for the lands. It is an app that covers every square meter in Palestine. You can just enter or type the number of the land so that you can have all the details about the land. This is very efficient technology, but anything that is outside of the database is eliminated. Therefore, there can be no breach or any adjustments that is not official on the database. But for example, in the Wadi Ram region now, the distribution of lands on groups or individuals to protect the indigenous and local communities for no displacement to occur. There is a planning that is taking place. There is an infrastructure management that is taking place. There is also an alignment of the land that is taking place. And the instructions are very clear. The local community can take a look at this data. Now we are creating new technologies and high-level technologies also for the well-being of individuals at their households. Before concluding, I would like to give a last chance for our dear panelists. We have 1 minute to each one of our experts to give advice to our dear audience concerning the usage of new technologies for a better field To conclude, I would like to remind everyone, as a civil society, this is our role. We are not only here to provide you with new technologies and new digital solutions or innovative solutions. Why do we use innovation? Innovation can be can emerge from local communities as well. Restoring demolished land, how can we accelerate it and make it technical and fast? Second, the custom lands registration. This is the second topic that we need to move on. It is very important to see why do we use innovation and why is innovation important. Land registration or new technologies, how can we ensure and guarantee investment in lands? This encourages the investors as well. When an investor decides to collaborate with the state and the government, how can this partnership be favorable for the individual, for the investor? How can they be sure about it? We have started a fund, and the first session for the management of the fund, we have chosen a title of ways to partner with the private sector through the partnerships that we already have, and this is to confirm that the registration of lands and projects, how can we guarantee the investor and assure the investor that the partnership is well favorable for them. Something that was raised by Dr. Elbaz, the initiative for reforms in the Egyptian desert and the Ministry of Agriculture in Egypt is well represented here. Can you confirm or not? The land is large, and we have used sensing and satellite imagery to know the amount of water that is in the western Egyptian Sahara. The studies of Dr. Elbaz and applying them with the Ministry of Agriculture, this is going good, and thank you. Thank you.
If you allow me, and to conclude this, it's important to secure, to protect, and to give a value to it. So I would like to share with you the Moroccan experience in terms of planning. Morocco has taken different orientations when it comes to urban development. The first important act was to plan everything, to plan the real estate. How can we plan it? First of all, we need to call for the different technologies through drones, pictures, satellite pictures, with our friends from the cadastral services. We have also put in place what we call cards for urbanization, which means that the natural layer which helps us to understand the effect that it might have on climate change. And we have also a geo-portal for urbanization documents, www.tamir.gov.ma. What does this national platform allow us to do? It's the right for urbanistic information or urban information. It's about creating transparency around urban information. And through this national platform, you can have either include the different to draw, in fact, a parcel, and you can do it in an automatic way, and you can have access to urban data or urban information very easily. Other applications that we have put in place, and I would like to take advantage of this to talk about it, in order to help the different governmental programs, especially our programs for inhabitants. You know very well that Morocco has put in place a new process, which is to help the acquirer. The Moroccan government today is helping different households who are trying to have access to their first housing or first by a co-funding with the 1/3 amount of it. But in order to implement this program in the most transparent and equitable way, we have put in place an application that you can use, which is called Damsakan. So Morocco, and to continue further in this chain or investment chain of this of real estate, has put in place what we call a platform of dematerializing everything, of different urbanization licenses, what we call rojas in Arabic, which allows not only to deposit documents, but also to provide and do the follow-up of demands of urbanizations and economic demands as well. And it also ended with in the investment center. Now we are trying to work on the modelization of urban growth. This is an important tool, which means we need to make sure that we are working at all layers. And the fact that we are doing what we call a modelization, it becomes a tool that allows us to take into account a number of prerequisites. And to conclude, I would like to say that the digitalization is a tool, but it's an important tool. It transforms real estate to a lever of sustainable investments for an inclusive urban planning services. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Badri.
Thank you, Lady Claudine. Of course, I will not take too long, but for me, the urban property is a right and something that is to do with the safety and security of people. We should not only work on automation procedures and transaction, we should also work on training and informing the communities that are related and including them in all aspects of the projects. The usage of buildings and sustainability, which is very important as well. Something that I have not said earlier is that in Lebanon, we have started the project for the adaptation of buildings and lands, and we scan or screen the government private properties that we can use as housing units or buildings for those that have to make it affordable for the most vulnerable social classes. Dr. Juan.
To especially the member states, because I think there's so many lessons from countries. And then thinking of our continent, the vast continent that we have a lot of challenges. Some of them, you've had them identified here, including conflict, including others. But the role of technology cannot be overemphasized in terms of helping us to move towards that. It's not the only solution in terms of technology, but it helps us especially to document rights. If we can use technology, especially for documentation of rights, that is useful. But when you think of the complex nature of customarily held land, especially on the continent, and the fact that there are no land use maps. So technology becomes even that much more important. How do we use technology to help us to map the multiple land rights that exist? Because when things like conflict occur and you have not documented the rights, guess who loses out? It is the most vulnerable. So for us, the issue of technology is extremely important, and it will help us in some ways to address those other challenges, whether it is issues of the marginalized, those livestock holders who do not have any pastoral lands anymore because of individualization of land, for instance. When we go overlaying some of those new ways of dealing with solutions, like we've had in terms of privatization, over lands that we don't know who claimed it, that becomes that much more a problem. So we really need to use technology to help identify those that claim the land, to help us map out where these lands are, what they are used for, and remembering that the land use systems that may look not so profitable are livelihoods of others. So ensuring that we map those is extremely important. And so technology is important, but let's look at the reason why we are using that technology, and that it helps us to address the underlying issues for which we need that technology used. This is especially in rural areas, but it's also the case in urban areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. في النهاية أود أن أتقدم.
In the end, I would like to sincerely thank the Kingdom of Morocco for welcoming and hosting this event. I would like to sincerely thank as well all dear colleagues and panelists and experts that have joined me in this panel and allowed me to make these sessions continuous and fruitful so that we can exchange information and also benefit and extract lessons from different experiences concerning this topic. Thank you.
لو سمحتوا استاذنكم الساده معالي الوزراء، السيدات والساده الحضور الكرام، احنا هنستاذنكم بس ان احنا هنستكمل الجلسه الثانيه. احنا بنعتذر جدا بس نستاذنكم لو
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask your permission to continue and move to the next session because we are quite late. So we would like to continue with you. There will be a session about the land management in times of crisis, and we will start right away. And we thank you for your understanding. Madam Nihal. I'm calling for Madam Nihal to join us in the platform. longer than expected. I hope that this will be a light one.
فاضل الوزير الليبي هو عنده اجتماع بتلك خلص خلال 5 دقائق. طيب من الوزير اليمني حتى الساعة أنا ما شفتش وجوه السيد اللعبي. بعدين كان في بس سألت الأستاذ صومال موجود أنا أندخل. تفضل معي.
بس انت هتبقي حاضره صح؟
تفضل معي. سيدنا العزيز. في طرشانات في كل ممكن أوب.
استاذه خلود ثانيه واحده.
عليكم السلام.
استاذه خلود نبدا.
So, shall we start, Madam Khulud?
البحر عشان غزة.
هذا دور بسيط يعني. إن شاء الله تنفرج الأمور.
كانت عربية على الثالث.
مساء الخير على حضراتكم بنجدد.
So, good afternoon again. We renew our welcome into the Arab Third Land Management, and we are sorry to continue working without the break. We are trying to make it up to you and make up for the schedule, and we are trying to continue the discussion about the Arab lands. Maybe this session will be special because it tackles also the land issue in countries that are suffering from crisis. And as it has been mentioned that the Arab region has many environmental and social and economic challenges. These challenges are continuing and there will be still existing for certain time. That's why we have to combat many problems like diversifying economy, promoting the role of women, and improving the rate of employment and combating also poverty and promoting education, providing health service, and in addition to environmental issues that are adding up to the climate change. So all these issues are existing and they are continuous, and they require our great attention and interest and deployed efforts by the Arab leagues. However, these problems are intensified and worsened in the countries that are suffering from conflicts and crises. We noticed in these zones that even more people are suffering from accessing basic services and also suffering from poverty and struggling to keep their lands. So how can we respond to these problems during these exceptional conditions? That is the topic that we will be tackling in this session. We will start by speech by Dr. Paulo Sergio, which is the delegate of the International Committee in Syria. And we have also Mr. Ala Tamimi, head of the Palestinian Land Authority, Mr. Ali Mohammed Noor. I hope I pronounced the name right. Elmi, responsible in the Ministry of Public Works, Reconstruction and Housing. Also, Mr. Badruddin Atoumi from the Ministry of Local Government from Libya. Welcome, sir. And also Ahmed Labi, Director General of Judicial Relations in Iraq, and our colleague from Yemen as Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructures. We start by Mr. Paulo.
Mike.
Excellencies, colleagues and partners, I'd like first to thank the Kingdom of Morocco and the Arab Land Initiative for this initiative to address you all here at the third Arab Land Conference. Sustainable land management is critical both to address the structural issues that lead to conflict and displacement and prevent them from reoccurring. In my capacity as chair of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Syrian Arab Republic, I have spent the past 14 years documenting human rights violations in the country and following the developments in the region at large, and how inadequate land management can deeply undermine peace, security, and fundamental rights. 20 years ago, following years of expert and diplomatic consultations that I conducted in my former capacity as a special rapporteur on housing and property restitution at the former subcommission for the promotion and protection of human rights, we adopted a resolution on principles of housing and property restitution for refugees and displaced persons, which includes a set of 23 key principles, now widely referred as the Pinheiro Principles. I didn't choose this name, but they are known like that now. The principles rely on the premise that the rights to HLP restitution are essential to sustainable resolution of conflicts, effective peace building, and that they should be accompanied by the establishment of the rule of law in a post-conflict setting. As such, the principles provide guidance on how to practically fulfill the legal obligation of states to ensure that refugees and internally displaced persons' rights to housing, land, and property are protected from unlawful deprivation. As the Commission highlighted in our recent report on housing, land, and property rights violations, the lack of access to housing, land, and property rights, combined with impact of climate-related challenges on rural areas, has been a key driver of the Syrian conflict, while the domestic legal framework needed reform much before the conflict. These challenges were obviously considerably exacerbated during the conflict as destruction, displacement, detention, and violent deaths spread across Syria, creating more obstacles for around 15 million Syrian internally displaced persons and refugees to return to their original habitable homes and lands in a voluntary, safe, and dignified form. The Commission highlighted that restitution or compensation for unlawful confiscation or arbitrary deprivation on housing, land, and property rights should be accompanied by accountability and reform of Syria's domestic housing, land, and property framework. In Syria, housing, land, and property rights violations have frequently been accompanied by other serious human rights violations, including mass atrocity crimes perpetrated against civilians. The example of Syria illustrates how such human rights abuses are often connected to a large-scale population of displacement, as forced evictions tend to alter the composition of villages, towns, cities, and entire communities. It shows the importance for states to proactively address housing, land, and property rights issues for conflict prevention, and the need to integrate these issues in transitional justice efforts in a post-conflict setting while ensuring genuine participation of the communities affected in the process. For instance, Syrian women are confronted to a specific challenge to securing tenure of land, especially the widows, wives, and daughters of the main killed during the process, disappeared or missing, which requires intense and adequate efforts by state authorities. Indeed, the failure to prevent and address housing, land, and property rights violations risks fueling further grievance, social tensions, and triggering new cycles of violence, hostilities, and displacement. It is therefore key that conflict analysis, peace building, and development efforts include land as a key factor of consideration. From a housing, land, and property perspective, fostering the humanitarian development and peace nexus requires a comprehensive approach that includes restitution, compensation, and other restorative justice dimensions, but also to consider means to address the structural issues that lead to conflict and displacement during 14 years in order to prevent the resurgence of this very same conflict. Proactive and preventive sound management of land policies is hence a key tool for states to prevent, mitigate, and recover from crisis. And I am looking forward to hearing distinguished delegates and experts' insights on this conference during this important moment that we are living. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Paulo. والحقيقة يعني أعتقد إن دي بداية
Thank you, Mr. Paulo. And this is an opening of what we are going to talk about is the importance also to have experts to supervise this land and reconciliation and Mr. Paulo gave us an example how women and children suffered from not getting their rights manifested in lands and property, and also how should we implement the laws to be obligatory to all the stakeholders. That's why when we have a regulation, it should be participatory to be implemented efficiently. So we need in this session as well is the challenge, to talk about the challenge of climate change. And we would like to ask our dear participant if there have been any studies to help us preserve the lands that are impacted by climate changes, by drought or lack of precipitation or rising temperature or sea level rise or even saltwater intrusion. And due to these climate changes, we witnessed many immigration waves. So how can we deal with that? Good afternoon, everybody. So first of all, I thank the Kingdom of Morocco for hosting this important and critical conference about the use of lands, and which became really one of the most interesting topics for many considerations, and also the role of lands in making economic development, and also in establishing social peace. And in addition to that, what we have recently is the climate change and how we deal with its impact and how we can design our lands to be resilient and suitable for these climate changes. So I will talk about the Libyan experience in terms of the land management, which is considered one of the leading experience and experience that still has an impact on us still today. So first of all, I emphasize on the role of the laws and regulations, which reflects the beliefs and the doctrine of the government and the governing system. And as you may know, that Libya had a social regime which gave birth to many social projects and social and commune lands. And this system doesn't recognize the individual ownership. That's why there was a big lack of property registrations. And this this way of management impacted even the era after 2011. And there were quite a number of conflicts over lands, and also the urban planifications that were designed with a social ideology or a communist ideology. And there was a lack of commercial zones, industrial zones, and those plans or planifications, they were outdated. This challenge, which I wanted to talk about, and we need to share with others in order to find solutions that will help us as a Libyan state to solve this problem affecting many generations. In terms of climate change, I can remind you with the catastrophe of Darna that happened in 2023, and also Daniel tornado, that a lot of houses were destroyed and the part of city was wiped out. But this urges us to focus on land registration, because with all the distraction and the victims, we end up with some areas that were wiped out, and even the owners were dead. But afterwards, we had to supervise the construction according to regulations and in a proper way. And I would like here to highlight the Moroccan strategy in terms of construction, and especially in terms of construction big projects like dams and state infrastructure. I don't want to. Thank you very much. We would like to express our thanks and gratitude to the Kingdom of Morocco and we are very grateful for their hospitality. So the topic of climate is needs a lot of discussion and debate. For example, in Somalia, we suffer from floods, sometimes continuous droughts. And all that is due to the climate change, and it started happening even more in the recent years, and it became even more intense, intense floods or intense droughts. That made the Somalian people suffer, and also pushes people to immigrate from their rural areas to the cities, and that puts more pressure on the cities and make them crowd and give birth to new problems of inhabitate and also raising rates of rural people trying to find housing in cities. So this is one of the problems that the Somalian government is facing. One more thing is that Somalia, even before, was suffering from has been always suffering from climate change, climate problems because of drought or because of conflicts over authorities. But if there is a lack of regulations and also a lack of understandings from the government and the lack of intention to reform, that make things even worse for the Somalian people. So that's why we tried recently to design new programs with friendly state and international organizations in terms of land administration and resolution, in order to help resolve these problems and also trying to keep people live where they are and even give them ownership over lands and properties, or even help them to go back from where they immigrated. So this is what the Somalian government is working on. And how can we also integrate people who moved from one area to another, and also to strengthen the local capacity for these people living in these new areas, and make this area able to receive all these people by supporting them, supporting to get new lands, and also help them integrate the new community successfully. So this new approach in terms of land management, we tried to integrate digitalization. Somalia in this regard made an important development. We tried to spread awareness about that digitally and also to contact people. And of course, by support of the friendly state and international organizations, because we're talking about a big scale here. So Somalia is a country which is really and hugely affected by the climate change. Thank you. Yes, we can notice the impact due to climate change, but I will emphasize on 3 points that you mentioned is the international or regional collaboration and cooperation, and also you mentioned about enforcing and strengthening the human capacities and also providing the right regulations for your situation, and how we can adapt these regulations when the lands, for example, are useless due to climate change, or if people moved from it to another place. Also, you mentioned digitalization, which is also a very important factor. I want from here to move to Mr. Walid Amir and to talk about the infrastructure. What can we do about infrastructure to be strong and to be reliable, especially in remote and vulnerable areas? Thank you. In the name of Allah, dear ministers and representatives and delegates, peace be upon you. First of all, I would like to thank my brothers in Morocco, represented by the Ministry of Habitat and Urban Planning and Urban Policy, and all the participants and organizers of the Arab Land Conference. So this topic is a very important topic, especially in the time of crisis. We, for example, in Yemen, witnessed both conflict, crisis, and also climate change, which impacted in a huge way the land management, and we noticed during 10 years of war, insecurity, lack of food supply, and also the appearance of many slums around the country. So in the time, in addition to the conflicts and the crisis and the climate change, added to the primitive way of registrations that we had in Yemen. So we lost the plannings, and we had no clear plan or roadmap for agriculture, and we had different temperatures. and the different precipitation rate, and all this affected our country and agricultural infrastructure, and we lost the majority of agricultural lands. So this bad impact due to bad land management really affected us as citizens. For example, and that's why we have in Yemen now one of the priorities is to register and recognize and also provide the right and adequate statistics to lands and properties here in Yemen, because it's the only way we can move forward. We're happy with this conference. I hope we get many recommendations that will help us, because in Yemen during the last 10 years we went backward while other countries went forward. And you know, the war is always destructive to countries, land and property included. And I hope we get good recommendations from this conference that will help us overcome and go back to good track. And I think we can respond to climate change by pre-preparation in terms of preparing ourselves beforehand. Thank you. As you may know, registration and digitalization of plannings and all the important documentation is very important to keep the rights of people, especially when we have great waves of immigrations. You also mentioned the early warning as a response or as a measure against climate change. So how can we use the studies and the research to have and to prepare early plans? And as far as I know about Yemen, there was a destruction of infrastructure in some areas, and the civil society intervened to fix that. And there were some good stories there, how the civil society, how the citizens contributed themselves to improve the urban, their houses and the situation there. Also, how we can use efficiently these regulations to keep the right, to preserve the owner's right. And we would like to hear from the experience of Palestine, how we can rely on experts and laws to preserve lands. So first of all, I would like to highlight my colleagues in the platform, ministers and delegates. And also I would like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for organizing this important conference about the management of lands. And not only that, but also managing land in time of crisis. As you know, Palestine has been living since 70 years a conflict due to the Israeli colonization over the Palestinian lands. In this occasion, I would like to send you greetings of the Palestinian people from Gaza and from the West Bank. Our Palestinian people, as you know, is suffering from this colonization that is taking away its lands and destroying all livelihoods in Gaza. Gaza Strip now is inhabitable because of the destruction that took place for a year, and that's pushed compulsory immigration to south and other regions, and the destruction of all the infrastructure in Gaza. Also, from what's happening in the West Bank, the siege and cutting the supply between villages and communication between different zones. And recently, they put 900 iron gates to hinder or to stop Palestinians from moving. But we love our lands, and we will continue defending our lands. We adore something called Palestine. Palestine is either we live on it or under its ground. We work on the land management in the Palestinian Authority and also the Land Commission. These two commissions were given the responsibility to organize this sector of lands. We did good work so far by the help of our Arab partners, even under these circumstances. I thank also the UN Habitat for helping us sorting things out. Also, when it comes to a digital archive, we have been archived 150,000 land documents, and this data should be and must be preserved, especially in the hardship that we are living. And also, we might face the problem any time. For example, the headquarters in Gaza was destroyed to earth, and all the archive was lost. Also, we try to provide shelters for Palestinians in Gaza, and also providing properties to people who lost their lands and homes. We helped also women as well to access land and property. The war that took place in Gaza and that is taking place also in West Bank affected also the climate due to the use of explosives on Gaza. And as you know, Gaza is located on the coast of the Mediterranean. This coast was polluted due to this war that happened recently. Also, always in lands, we established the a network of lands in Palestine based on the network that was done during the British and even the Ottoman period. And now with Israeli colonization, they give orders, military orders to many military orders to take our lands, and we had to adapt and also to work with what we have and to stay at least with what has with the recent updates according to the international standards, and there is a great cooperation between us and Jordan, thanks to the geographical situation, and also there has been a collaboration with them on many levels, and we try sometimes to make and to push for some groundbreaking laws that will serve our cause. And we have 80% of the property land of Palestine, but the Palestinian citizen has not fully the right to construct and to keep his or her land, because the colonization, Israel is destroying more than what the Palestinians are constructing. We will continue constructing, even though we will construct and keep building and let them destroy. And as the last word, I would like to reassure you that we will stay in Palestine and nobody will remove us from there. Nobody decides for us, no matter who. No one can decide the destiny of the Palestinians, but the Palestinians themselves, as you have witnessed during history. Greetings. Greetings to this great efforts.
ايه اللي ممكن نقدر نعمله من سياسات وتدخلات للحفاظ على الارض وعوده الارض لمستحقيها. شكرا.
نعم، شكرا جزيلا. ابتداء نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لحكومة المملكة المغربية.
I want to thank the government of Morocco for their hospitality, and I want to add something else. Of course, the Iraqi government took multiple decisions regarding a lot of decisions regarding giving back lands to their owners, especially after the liberation from Daesh or ISIS, and liberating the territories that were controlled by ISIS for years. One of the regulations and decisions the Iraqi government made after the liberation is opening new offices for cadastre in the liberated areas, and the founding funds and other regulations. Most importantly, a platform called OR, which most of the land deals in decisions are electronic now in Baghdad via this platform. The stance of the Iraqi government now is to automate. This is not only for what concerns land matters, but all the other ministries and are under are being automated. Regarding the topic of the protection of land, all the land registries are archived. Luckily, the lands that were in ISIS-controlled areas are now archived in the center of the ministry, although what these or ISIS did by burning a lot of documents in the controlled areas. Lately, 2 weeks ago, the Iraqi parliament made some legislations such as giving back land to their previous owners. This comes after the comeback of farmers to their previous lands after being displaced from those areas 40 years ago, and those places were expropriated, and the farmers were, and those laws are now published in the government official journal. The Ministry of Law opened some offices in some states such as Sinjar in the north, and one of the first steps in sitting offices in the liberated areas. Everybody knows that Iraq is comprised of different religions, ethnicities, and because of the specificity of this place, which is a Yazidi place, all those people were displaced in a very aggressive way. Some the Yazidis were provided with accommodations and easings in order to go back to their previous lands, and providing them with the with aid. And thank you. I believe that the most important point that was mentioned is the legislations by giving back lands to their previous owners, and this should be applied. And although there are going to be some difficulties and challenges, and there are things that should be discussed again, and we are going to have experience then. Apparently, all those experiences showed that automation, especially in Palestine or Iraq, and we are now sure that the situation or the hard situation in those countries and the difficulty of upholding the rights of land and people and policies should be applied in order to achieve our goals. One of the most important things now is financing. In order to switch to digitalization and automation, we need financing in order to empower people. we need financing, and this is a very important subject, and also our ability to face the challenges that we need financing. And there are cadres, whether it is nationally or internationally, and there is a study by Professor Hernando de Soto about the lack of registration of lands, which causes, which he called debt capital, because we miss a lot of investment opportunities, and we want to share what we should do as a next step in order to get financing. For example, green financing, and how we can use it to finance different projects regarding land in order to keep it, and also empower people to invest and create projects that would be a source of income. Hello. For what concerns financing, there are two paths. Governments need financing in order to apply its or their policies. For example, financing via international partners or from the budget, governmental budget. But the answer is within the question regarding financing. We need development within nations. I believe that the management of land use in an exceptional way and equitable way, where everyone is involved, is going to lead to increase the value of land, and this would lead to an increase in financing by banks or investors in order to implement those projects, which will lead to additional funding and financing. I believe that Libya and Iraq, as well as Yemen, Palestine, are all similar in this regard. The absence of financial mass in order to buy land, because land is not registered, so we cannot use it as a guarantee to acquire financing. Concerning finding a way of financing is either by or by international partners, for example, the Islamic Bank or the African Bank of Development or other institutions. For what concerns these projects, these things are very essential to implement those projects. Regarding financing development, I believe that from what I see in Libya or other countries that are suffering from problems regarding the use of land, the management of land use in an appropriate way would provide exceptional financing and funding to create economic development. The biggest issue here is climate change, which is frankly exceeding all expectations and cannot be predicted. It is very difficult, especially that the effects here affect the human we can replace houses distracted. We can also fix economies or services and activities. However, when we lose the human being, it is very difficult to replace. We remember what happened in Darna, which was, and it did not take more than 3 or 4 hours, but the amount of destruction was very huge. The number of deaths, and everyone was surprised and could not find a way to deal with this crisis. In addition to what the other guest mentioned, is some phenomena, which is the increase in high sea, in the increase of sea levels, and there are the United States is also working with us in this regard. There are now some additional challenges in the use of lands, and so should these lands be, should the people in those lands be given compensated? So that there are now so many questions that are rising. Every country now has to take a look of the experiences of their adjacent countries, and find ways to deal with those problems by seeking recommendations and expertise. There is no need to go through a problem in order to learn from it. We have to learn from the problem, from the crises of others, and start from where they left. Thank you. For us, this topic is one of the most difficult topics. As you know, Somalia has been through difficult times. Honestly, you know that Somalia, in the 90s, there was a socialist government, and all the lands and the properties were owned by, were controlled by the government. After this government, the private sector started to occur and took over all that is financial and economic. This government started to privatize land and started to give it back to people and private companies, which we call the triple P, or the governmental resources and the governmental balance is not enough to finance and fund this sector, especially real estate and rebuilding the country and land, because the Somali infrastructure was destroyed in the days of war. Therefore, it needs everything to start from ground zero. The only pathway is a partnership between the government and the private sector. This is very important. The government must legislate in order to invest in this sector, especially that it needs investment. especially in the slums where infrastructure is weak, the investment in land, agriculture, because Somalia has a lot of potential, and we must encourage the Arab capital, capital from Arabic countries to be invested in these areas. Mogadishu, the capital of Somalia, there is so much building going on in Mogadishu now, especially in housing, and it is increasing by the day. Whether that is in the private sector or by the investment of our brothers from Arab and Islamic countries. This is very important to rebuilding and development. This is the most feasible solution to the area. After moments of drought, this is very important. And the government also is easing regulations and laws in order to attract investors and capital to those abundant potential Somalia has. Thank you. The question of financing and funding is very important, especially in countries with limited resources, such as Iraq. Because in Iraq, any reduction in the any decrease in the prices of oil affects the country, therefore affects financing and funding of different projects. Luckily, the end of wars and conflicts in Iraq was very helpful. Therefore, the government put a very important budget for automation. Because the days of funding military campaigns is over, luckily. The land registry in Iraq does not find problems to finance its does not take much in order to finance its in order to buy all the logistical needs for the mentioned projects. Also, the help from international partners whom are providing the government with the necessary equipment to achieve the achieve the goals of the Iraqi government. The question of financing is very important. In order to build tools, whether it is private or public, but with the help of international partners, this would help in order to maintain the rights of property. People must countries must use local hands in order to build and achieve things. We are using local cadres and the Palestinian Authority. For example, today in the land sector, and we also, when it comes to heritage, it was very important to connect with some embassies and agencies. So those there is also I'm talking here about crimes because I was working with because of the international financing. I hope that this conference is concluded with recommendations regarding Palestine, because I know that Palestine is very special in the hearts of the free world and the Arab world. Gaza needs a lot from us, and also from the world and the Arab countries. You must know that we are brothers to the Arab people. Therefore, we need to build the Gaza Strip and maintain people and their land. We also need infrastructure, rebuilding housing for those people who are resilient. Therefore, financing and funding is very important and crucial. Therefore, there must be recommendations for Palestine, for its place in the hearts of the people. And thank you. Good day, everyone. Most of the problems that were discussed are very similar, but there are some differences from each country. But as Ms. Nihal mentioned, the question of financing is very important, and we must focus on it, especially for countries such as Yemen. And since 2015, investment was stopped, and there are other issues that are more important than land management. But it remains important, especially the topic of financing. Yemen is looking for funding and financing from different parties, whether that is private or public, and also to maintain what was achieved previously in the midst of the deterioration. One of the most important topics we must focus on here is to set very clear points in order to land management is one of the most important topics that should be discussed, and it would have negative repercussions, and the more time we take, the more the repercussions are negative. I want to thank the guests for the points they discussed, and hopefully we learn more.
Land finance from the Syrian experience to share with us?
No, I will say that I don't have any competence concerning financing, but my mandate is only about Syria. I cannot speak about other place, but I think that's very important to consider the presence of a Palestinian friend here, and to speak about financing concerning the Palestine. It's important to mention international solidarity. It's impossible to discuss financing if genocide continues. The first task of the international community, as my colleague, the special rapporteur on the Palestinian occupied territory, Florent, Albanese, extraordinary special, is the essential fight to stop genocide, because this continues. Then we will be able, about restitution of property, about how to finance. Then in the case of Palestine, I think this is absolutely essential. In the case of Syria, Syria is passing an extraordinary moment, a foundational moment in terms of the transition from an extremely authoritarian regime to a regime that begins to talk with the communities, with the families, with the civilian population. And then, of course, the economic situation of Syria is a despair. 90% of people live under the line of poverty. Then, of course, finance. But in the case of Syria, it's also important international solidarity. For instance, the suspension of economic sanctions that hurt immensely the Syrian economy. This is also an appeal of my colleague, the special rapporteur. Suspend the sanctions. Syria cannot be hurt by the continuation of economic sanctions by other member states. And the solidarity is also the solidarity of the member states that were involved in the conflict. They have a shared responsibility in the reconstruction of Syria. I think that, as in my total incompetence concerning finance, but I think it's a moment, and I hope that in the recommendations of the conference, the question of international solidarity, solidarity by international institutions also, this is essential. I think that then it will be possible to make reality the rights for land and property and restitution of property. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Paul. يعني تلخيصا لكل ما
and also the promotion of partnerships between private and public sector and getting funds and financing from international partners. This is very important, and it opens the door of financing in order to face climate change. I also want to point to the report of the Future Summit Organization, which was in September 2024, which discussed the reforming of public financing in order to have a financial space which we can use in order to build essential infrastructure, especially in conflict-ridden zones. This was very enriching. We might take a question or two. We still have some time, so we are going to take couple questions. It must be short and concise. I know that everyone is tired and you cannot wait to take the break. Good day. I am from Kurdistan in Iraq. I want to thank everyone who helped with this conference. I personally there was a consensus worldwide. I want also to add for what Professor from Gaza said. We as Kurds in East Northern Syria, there are groups who forced indigenous people to be displaced from their homes and go to other places. There are also genocides and the destruction of olive trees in a place in Syria named Afrin in the north. The Islamic society as well as international community are turning a blind eye of what's happening in Syria. problem of the dam of Tishrin. They are controlling this dam. God, why is the international community silent regarding what is happening against the Kurds? It is a humanitarian. It is going to be a humanitarian crisis if, in case, it is destroyed. I want to take another question. In the name of God, the most graceful, the most merciful. First of all, I want to thank all the speakers for their precious information. Land management in times of crisis is a very difficult topic, but we cannot fix this topic if we do not have a precise and specific information about the topography and specific information that has to do with geology and water resources, as well as the demographic information, economic infrastructure, and so on and so forth. I have a question, which is, in the Arab world in the past years went through different conflicts. The first point is the earthquake of Al Hawz and the flood in Darna in Libya. These are of natural characteristic. What we see these days in Palestine and the Israeli occupation, I have two questions. The first one is, I want to ask the Ministry of local governance in Libya, what are the lessons learned from the flood of Darna, and what are the weaknesses and you came up with, and how you can fix this problem in the future. And also a question for Palestine, as people who went through colonization, we are still suffering from the problems of other people intervening in our land matters. In Palestine, we know that the Israeli occupation are learning from, and they are using laws in order to take Palestinian land. How do you view the plans of the Israeli occupation? Good day. Ahmed Al-Amouche from Jordan. I want to talk about land management in times of crisis and what are the things we should do. First of all, we have to take preliminary measures which can reduce the impact. The management of land must be decided by who owns and how much they own. And then also we go to authentication technologies and measures, and how we use copies of everything in order to know who owns and how much they own, in order to reset everything. It is very important to pay attention to these projects. They might not be very expensive and difficult and are quick to deal with. Now the aid stopped all its projects, therefore there must be self-financing in order for our projects to continue even in the absence of foreign financing. Dr. Noor Abu Dharifa from Gaza. I want to thank the audience. The question of climate change and we know the problem now, but we cannot fix it. We don't have a way to fix it, although we have the diagnosis. The industrial countries are trying to escape from their responsibility. For example, in Kyoto, they are trying to escape from the responsibility. There must be an Arab coalition. Most of the Arab countries are emergent countries. They must stand together in order to put climate change in all of their strategic plans in order to and also financing must be from the countries or the developed countries which caused the problem of climate change and most of the European countries agreed upon the decrease as we saw in the Paris Climate Conference. We must face climate change and also try to uphold sustainable development in the Arab world. Thank you, Dr. Ania Rasool from the University of the Hook in Iraq. The Iraqi government is trying to give back land to their previous owners after 40 years where it was expropriated by the previous government. Can this be the cure for these land problems, or do we need other measures in order to find a solution to the problems that occurred from the expropriation of these lands and also the displacement problem that happened in the region? Are these legislations enough, or do we need other policies of peaceful cohabitation in order to live peacefully in the region? From what we heard 2 days ago in the news, that there were some tribal conflicts between the previous tenors and the new tenors that took the land. What are the policies of the Iraqi government in this regard? There are two questions that need an answer from Libya and Iraq. The sister from the Kurdistan, I believe that the legislation alone is not enough to fix the crisis. The Iraqi government is trying to find some solutions to fix the problem. You also know that the Prime Minister of Iraq sent a representative to the governorate of Kirkuk to check on the causes of the conflict, and it is not easy. The land has been the subject of conflict for 40 years. Everyone is claiming its ownership. People assume that they have property, that they own the land since the Ottoman time. I want to assure the doctor that this might need some time. Thank you. I am going to try to summarize the crisis of Derna. The use of land, the use of land here is not very. The amount of rain was enormous, and the public prosecution tried to do some investigation regarding this, and also the dams. The conclusions and what we learned from Derna and the crisis management and national security, also the import, and also having conclusive plans in order to deal with crises. In all the sectors, we created a team of urgent problems such as what happened in Derna. And honestly, I might say that a point that has to do with the title, which is crisis management. A colleague answered this question in his intervention, which is how can land management not be the source of crises? In times of crises, I do not believe, whether that is climate or a conflict for a month or two, you cannot fix this problem by the management of land. How can we manage land properly without causing conflicts? As mentioned before, are legislations enough? I do not think so. As we mentioned regarding Libya, that people are started to claim other people's property and land, and the principal owners, when they go back to their land, the people they find has developed a connection with this land, therefore they claim it for themselves, and it is very difficult to fix these problems. The first step is legislation. The second one is that the government must take measures, but we cannot compensate for the mental effect. We need national conciliation and to fix things before or to fix the problem before it happens. As my brother from Jordan mentioned, who owns and how much they own, the registration is very important, and also numerification and in a rural area. This is an anecdote. I believe that most societies share the same, which are based on agriculture and rain. The governor of this place, when there is an absence of rain, he becomes very happy, because rain for him is related with plowing, and this causes conflicts. Therefore, he is happy, because this makes him avoid conflicts, which always result in deaths. we will continue discussing more and more in the next interventions. I want to thank the Moroccan Kingdom for hosting this conference and all the partners and organizers of this conference. I also want to thank the panel. Thank you.
حضرات المشتركين واحد دقيقة عفاك، غير واحد المعلومة على الغداء موجود في الساحة اللي كانوا عاملين فيها الاستراحة.
For lunch, it's in the place where we had the coffee break, and also the logistics of the bus. There is an update regarding the time of
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
سيداتي سيداتي أود أن أرحب بكم جميعا. أرجوكم خذوا مقاعدكم وتقدموا إلى الأمام لأنه ليس هناك الكثير من الأماكن الفارغة. مرحبا بكم في هذه الجلسة، إنها تعنى بالاستثمار وطرق الاستثمار من أجل منظومة إعادة الإعمار في الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا. سيكون هناك ملاحظات من طرف السيد عبد الحكيم، وبعد ذلك سيكون لدينا تقديم للسيدة فيدا حداد، وسوف نبدأ هذه الجلسة. إن كان يمكن أن نبدأ ونفتتح هذه الجلسة بملاحظة الافتتاحية. سوف يكون هناك فيديو اتصال عبر الفيديو. السلام عليكم. إنه لشرف لي أعتذر الصوت رديء من المصدر. إن التغير المناخي والممارسات الغير مستدامة التي تؤذي المناخ تؤدي إلى تدهور البيئة والتدهور البيئي وتدهور الأراضي. ولماذا نتحدث نحن رجال الاقتصاد عن الأراضي والزراعة في منطقة ميناء؟ لأن هناك تداعيات اجتماعية واقتصادية. فإن منطقة ميناء تعتبر هي أكبر منطقة للأشخاص النازحين في العالم، وفي 2023 ثلث النازحين داخليا في منطقة ميناء تسبب ذلك لهم كان ذلك بسبب تدهور الأراضي وتراجع الأراضي الصالحة. وكان هناك منع لتصدير المواد الغذائية، وذلك يعزز ويزيد من حدة الحياة الاجتماعية وسوء أوضاع الأشخاص. لماذا يجب أن يكون هناك استثمار ويجب أن تكون هناك ممارسات تساعد على إعادة تعمير هذه الأراضي وهذه المنظومة من أجل تسريع التطور، وذلك ما تحث عليه وتشير إليه الأمم المتحدة. يجب أن يتم تنزيل الكلمات على أرض الواقع، وأن يكون هناك تمويل عالمي، لأنه إلى حد الآن هناك تمويل من جهة صغيرة معينة فقط، ويجب أن تكون هناك ميزانية لتمويل التغير المناخي، وهذه الهوة تزداد خاصة في المناطق السالفة الذكر. ويجب على كل الدول أن تقوم بتمويل هذه العملية من أجل تنزيل البرامج التي نحث عليها لكي نزيد من سرعة تنفيذ هذه البرامج. هناك 71 مليار دولار من أجل إعادة إعمار بعض الدول، بينما هناك 1.6 مليار فقط هي التي تم التبرع بها من طرف الدول من أجل تنزيل هذه البرامج. من الواضح أن الأعمال لم تعد أو التمويل لم يعد كافي.
Our framework has two main objectives. First, we aim to establish a common approach, a language that allows us to implement restoration and development initiatives that safeguard both systems and economies. Second, we are focused on curating partnerships, creating mechanisms for knowledge sharing, and designing innovative financing options. These partnerships will include governments, the private sector, and civil society. By leveraging regional and global financial and knowledge resources, this framework provides a roadmap for bridging the financing and knowledge gaps that hinder sustainable development. It prioritizes the co-benefits of environmental health and socio-economic stability, recognizing the diversity of challenges and opportunities across NEA's 22 countries. To achieve this, we must focus on 3 key actions. Action number 1, diversifying financing sources. By leveraging public-private partnerships, engaging multilateral development banks, and fostering innovative financial mechanisms, we can unlock the vital resources needed for transformation. Action 2, enhancing resource allocation. Strategically reallocating existing funds and ensuring alignment with national and regional priorities will amplify their impact and ensure they reach the most critical areas. Action number 3, advocating for equity in global climate finance. As a region that is disproportionately affected by climate change and water scarcity, it is environmental restoration. It is not just about reversing degradation. It's about fostering resilience and creating a sustainable future. The NENA Regional Investment Framework represents a fresh approach to ecosystem restoration that prioritizes the core benefits of environmental health and socio-economic stability. It is not only about reversing degradation, but about fostering a future where economic growth is in harmony with natural ecosystems. By empowering countries across NENA with the tools, knowledge, and financing they need, we are building a foundation for resilience that can be applied across regions and generations. Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, partners, and distinguished guests, as we embark on transformative journey, let's remember that our success depends on collaboration and shared commitment. Developing a shared vision and strengthening partnerships will be essential for benefit of both present and future generations. Every stakeholder, from governments to local communities, has a vital role to play in this journey. It is only by mobilizing our collective efforts and aligning our economic ambitions with environmental stewardship that we can address pressing challenges to our region faces and work together a sustainable, resilient future for all. I thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, clear words. And actually, we have our keynote speaker in-house, Mrs. Fida Haddad. She's Senior Program Officer at the FAO Regional Office for the Near East and North Africa region. And she is going to explain and tell a bit more about the regional framework where Ms. Elwar was talking about. So I would like to invite you to the stage.
So good afternoon. Thank you for being us with here today. I'll speak in English because there is interpretation, and in case any question we can answer in different languages. Okay, so let me give you a little bit brief of what we are discussing here in the region. We know that last year, for example, the region and other regions as well hosted the many conventions. So if we want to summarize the status of the region in regards to the impact or issues for the biodiversity, the impact of climate change or degradation, it's clearly here, as also mentioned in the morning and by the opening remarks, how much this region is suffering from the land degradation, impact of drought, and not only just because of climate change, because of the conflicts and wars around the different countries in the region. For example, the recent report that FAO launched in related to the state of food security in the region, due to the conflicts and war in the region, we are still in the conflict areas. The food insecurity is 4 times less than the limit that we have to be in. If we look again to the land degradation issues, it was projected like 20 years ago, it will be 45%. And to be, if the unsustainable practices continues, it will be by 2025, like 70%. Now today we are in 2025, and a lot of reports highlighted that the degradation in the region is beyond and high than expected as well. This calls for emerging issues with the sustainable development goal that in the next door, and where we have the call of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration to try to have a joint vision for the region. Not to start with the negative image, but this is a very quick look from the cloud on the status of the productivity of the land in our region. The red highlights that the productivity are declined due to the different reasons, as all of you are aware and just highlight in the previous slide. Now, the good issue here is that we have too many good practices and collaborations around how we should strengthen the collaboration on biodiversity conservation, impacting climate change, working on resilience. We are doing a lot of resilience, humanitarian activities, development activities. So we have in global or in the region many best practices. And the studies also highlighted that if we invest in restoring the land, each $1 will give us back $20. Now, the problem is how we will interpret these dollars into action on the ground, how we encourage the different stakeholders, the decision makers, to invest in land as a solution for most of these problems. So this is why we unfortunately have the bad news or the negativity here, where even though the whole global commitment to restore the land and invest in land restoration committed more than 1 billion, this region committed only 4% out of the 1 billion, regardless the different initiatives that we are doing in the region. So here the question is, either we are not reporting what we are doing, or the situation is super perfect and our land is not degraded and we don't have any land to be restored. And here is the snapshot of the framework that we are calling recently as a joint collaboration with the countries in the region, with the support from the League of Arab States, where FAO, UNEP, ESCWA, and UNCCD called for a regional framework to invest in land restoration for sustainable development solution. We need to link the restoration for creation of job, for well-being of the communities, so we can invest and find the restoration or the environmental angle is a solution for the decision makers. So we called for this regional investment framework that is focusing on two objectives. The first one, as I mentioned, is to look into the restoration models, invest on the land as a solution, but the most important is the knowledge, the creation of knowledge, the knowledge sharing and dissemination, of which we are lacking from different projects or initiatives in the region. And of course, that will allow us to contribute to the different progressed, let's say, SDGs, but at the same time contribute to support the financing of land restoration as a solution of development. So the methodology we created, we call it 4 inclusive parameters, 4 lines of inquiry, 6 investment pathways. We looked into the way that we diagnose the situation through the 4 inclusive parameters that are looked into the demography of the region and where we should invest to support the land restoration and the investment framework, and how and what. We looked at these from the existing initiatives and practices in the region and came out with the different inclusive parameters that can support this framework to end up with the 6 pathways that I will present now, how we looked into these pathways. Now, we know because that the region has many different ecosystems, start from the dry land, woodland, and other lands, but we know that this region is not facing the drought because it's a dry land, but it happens that 90% of the region is considered as a rangeland and 50% is considered as a rangeland. So this means that we have different ecosystems to be restored and can contribute to communities' livelihood. So these are some of the ecosystem, also the marine and the coastal ecosystems. Now, the theory of this framework look into the drivers and look into if we keep the business as usual or we move toward collaboration and knowledge sharing. So the business as usual is the status that we found in most of the initiatives at the level of national implementation or even public partnership implementation or even at the funding mechanism implementation. The common criteria or the common challenges we found is that the business as usual in terms of the insufficient short-term objectives, short-term finding, fragmented knowledge sharing and information, as well as the sustainabilities in terms of investing in agricultural land as a solution for job creation as well, not only just to produce the food basket, but for continuity. Will not repeat again the problems, but that's caused also, as Dr. Hakim mentioned in his opening remarks, that regardless the situation that I just presented, still the region is receiving 6.6 of the global climate finance. Why we are focusing, for example, on the climate finance? We know that since we're talking about the climate impact and the Convention of Climate Change, but when we start investing more on the climate change projects, like let's say 2007, most of the funding or the proposals all to address the climate change. So this means that we are investing on that. But regardless, still we are receiving only 2.4 of the allocation that we could provide it. One of the gap is the way that we are addressing these three angles of the Rio Convention in terms of climate change, biodiversity, and land. So the good way is that if we move into investment framework, looking into the different pathways, starting from innovations in financing mechanism, where we should look into more beyond just public funding, kind of public-private funding, the way of the loans and development funds, that could contribute also to transfer or interpret the $1 into 20 and more dollars from restoration. Also, innovation in knowledge sharing, and as I mentioned in the beginning, that's one of the key gaps we found across the different initiatives that we analyzed. The policy coherence and the coordination in terms of rules, regulations, also we are progressing toward different best practices on policy coherence issues, but still we have a lot of challenges that undermine the efforts of land restoration. For example, the theme that we are discussing in this forum related to the land tenure issues in the region, for example, and the equity and equality share between women, men, farmers, pastoralists. That's what we will discuss maybe with the panel. We can hear more about it. Also focusing on the job creation to support the micro and small, medium entrepreneurs. The regional trade integration is one of the key challenge or one of the gap we found, and that working on regional trade could contribute to this investment on land restoration. That's one of the weaknesses in the region around the focusing on the importance of trade and market for the products of the different ecosystems. And of course, looking into the integrated ecosystem restoration development, where the issue is not just restoring the forest or afforestation, for example. It's the integration between the trees, crops, and livestock in the ecosystem and moderated into integrated land use planning system. So these are the criteria that we analyzed more than 300 initiatives at the regional level or country level with a different mechanism of funding. So we looked into the outcome areas that I just mentioned on the ecosystem restoration type that the region is looking for, or also in related to the sustainable return from the investment, the budget, partners, the target, and how we want to move into this investment. So here, as I mentioned, we started from more than 300 initiatives and projects at the different level, and thanks for everyone who contributed to such analysis, and we categorized them into the 6 pathways that we came out with this framework. Now, these are some of the business cases where we analyzed also some of the national initiatives that the key elements of these investment pillars are exist, but without connectivity. So we have good practices and good projects that we can upscale to the level of national and even scaling out to the region and other regions to learn more as well. Now, as part of this, and the last point here of my presentation is, okay, we diagnosed the situation. We know that we have a problem here, but at the same time, we know that we have also the solution, and the solution is emerging to move. What we did last year with the CAMPRI, with the Council of Environmental Ministers, we presented this to CAMPRI and welcomed by the Council and requested to be negotiated more with the countries. But most importantly is that we launched this framework at the UNCCD COP16 in Saudi Arabia last December, and we had in the room more than 110, as far as I remember, from the donors and banks that they want to invest in land restoration in the region and link the restoration to the development and food security context in the region. So we launched this framework as a partners at the COP16 because of the theme also was calling for land restoration. And we moved from that to the level of we have to prepare now a regional investment program that can contribute to different countries' initiatives and work and change the narrative of restoration to be more sustainable, linked to the sustainable development and practices. The key focus is, as we mentioned, in the knowledge and changing the financing mechanism. We proposed some of regional programs and ideas with the countries. So we are in the progressing, in fact, with different countries in terms of the call for this program. And the good news for us is that this Arab Land Forum for us is one of the milestones in consulting with the partners and with the countries related to the framework itself, and we are aiming to move up to the investors forum that we are calling for it. Hopefully it will be soon by the end of this year in Saudi Arabia as part of the Near East Forestry and Range Commission, which is one of the FAO statutory bodies working with the ministers of environment and ministers of agriculture, where we will have the donors to discuss the potential collaboration for moving toward having this framework, not just where we proposed actions, into more implementation on the ground to learn more and try to achieve the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration by 2020. Thank you.
You can just sit there, and then if there's questions, we would take it. Thank you so much for this really good explanation of the framework. And it also helps with the panel that we will have here, where we'll deep dive a little bit more into some cases in different countries. So let me first go to Mr. Nouvel Benhaha. He is Director of the Forestry Directorate at the Ministry of Agriculture in Tunisia. Tunisia's efforts to address land degradation, desertification and drought showcase how committed actions and sustainable practices can tackle environmental challenges. With 75% of its agricultural land affected by degradation, interventions are crucial. Initiatives like the National Strategy for Ecological Transition and Forest Restoration projects highlight way to accelerate investments and restoration commitments. So could you please explain a little bit more what actions has Tunisia taken to accelerate investments and restoration efforts in response to the land degradation, and particularly in forest restoration? And kind of second question, what lessons can be applied to promote greater commitment to sustainability in the region?
Thank you. Si vous permettez, je vais parler en français. Donc, la Tunisie, comme vous savez...
Allow me to speak in French. Tunisia, as you know, is part of a region. It's part of North Africa, and it's undergoing a lot of pressure, and it's suffering from climate change. It is one of the countries that is handling the most pressure, in a sense, within the region. And in this vein, there are repercussions. A lot of pressure on the resources, the degradation of resources and ecosystems. All of this is leading us to think at the national level and regional level as well, in order to restore the degraded ecosystems and the forest ecosystems that suffer also a lot. Before speaking about this, I would like to share with you two figures in relation to Tunisia. 94% of the area is arid, and most of the agricultural lands are very small. This exacerbates the situation of the resources there, because people only cultivate in those small zones, and this is getting more and more impossible because those are smaller than 1 hectare. This leads me to think about the ways in which we need to solve these degradation issues and the resource issues. And again, it's exacerbated and has been over the few last years. We've had several years of drought also. And again, degradation of resources, the overuse of water resources, and the degradation of forests, and invasive species also that attack forests are becoming a notable issue. Thus, we need to intervene. We do not remain here without taking any action. We are elaborating plans and conducting studies within the framework of long-term objectives by the horizons of 2050. We started by that one, and within its framework, we also developed other strategies, such as the national strategy of the conservation of agricultural land, as well as the national strategy for forest development, along with others that are related to development in general. This has led to the harmonization of many interventions by the different partners we have, with the aim of having a clear vision and clear directives concerning the development of the country, thanks to a green transition, of course, which isn't easy to implement given that we are under many constraints, food security constraints and water security also. And so the green strategy is good, it's good for health. However, it's not really capable of feeding the whole population, and the whole population is undergoing a lot of stress given the shortages we're suffering from. And so, in the light of all these matters, I'll speak of the strategy of intervention for forests because, well, it concerns me. It is an example, a practical example of what is happening in our forests. The strategy of forests, as we've seen, has been approved by the regional director of the FAO, and Madame Fida earlier mentioned it. We need to find more adequate solutions, and we need to dare in order to change some practices that have been established. Some actions that we're carrying out today at the level of our intervention on a daily basis, notably, well, we're familiar with the technical aspects, and all the technicians can implement those aspects. What's important is the relationship with the population. It is how we can bring the people to become adherents to the projects and to see these projects as ones that are elaborated for them. We need the civil society participation and the support of the citizens in general, as well as the contribution for the territorial development. In addition, we need change. We have already started. And these are legislative changes thanks to, well, for example, we can mention the amendments of the Forest Code first, and then the implementation of mechanisms that allow population to access forest products. And so instead of overlooking these products or degrading them or overlooking them, will allow for an intervention and the valuing of the forest resources, of course, in exchange for a sustainable valuation or valorization, and the framing as well of administration and technical administrations. And we started with some exercises here and there with the committees of the territories. In this case, there were development groups for agriculture and community societies and associations. And so we tried to multiply interventions with partners in order to test, first of all, which model will be most successful, and then to be able to develop and scale with the objective, of course, of having a better management of our resources. This is our way of intervening, and we believe that integrating the population is absolutely necessary. We need a participative approach and also a partnership mindset. Participative approaches are good, but we try then to convince others of what we want to do. We want this to stop. We want the partnerships, and we need to go more towards forging those win-win partnerships. And again, the state will be winning, the resources will be restored, and the populations will be valorizing these natural resources also. And this is what we are working on now, and it will be more concrete thanks to financing. These financing measures are not just related to anything that's green. These can allow the population to access supplementary resources that allow them to valorize their heritage. And so all the projects we're developing now integrate the population and the civil society in general as a stakeholder in the management of resources, whether it's in relation to finance projects with financial backers, whether it's in relation to the FAO activities we have or other financial backers. The aim is to bring everybody to think in favor of the zone, to develop it, improve the living conditions there, and guarantee more sustainability in relation to the exploitation of these resources. Thank you. Désolée, il fallait que j'attende que la traduction se termine. Merci.
Let us now proceed to the next panelist, Mr. Ahmed Al-Nagar. He is Director of the Animal Wealth Department at the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources in the Sultanate of Oman. A review has shown that only 5% of the targets of the nationally determined contributions and the land degradation neutrality focus on improving forest land. Oman has made significant progress in restoring and conserving mangrove ecosystems, so actually marine ecosystems, reversing past degradation caused by human activities and climate change. Oman's updated NDC, or the National Determined Contributions from 2023, emphasized addressing climate impacts and seeks international cooperation to tackle complex challenges such as risks, impact and vulnerability studies as part of its national adaptation planning. The country's blue carbon strategy focused on mangrove conservation, the management and restoration to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and enhance carbon storage at the same time. So what are the key pillars of Oman's blue carbon strategy for mangrove conservation and restoration? And what lessons from this strategy could be applied to other Gulf countries facing similar challenges? Could you please address or elaborate a little bit? There's also a microphone on your left hand.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be with you today and to talk about the efforts of the Sultanate of Oman, its commitment to the environmental durability. Of course, there are a lot of efforts to deal and to address the impact of human activity on coasts and to work on expanding the implementation of trees of mangrove, and this is our blue carbon project. And this project is based on net zero emissions, and this strategy aims to mitigate the gas emissions, and there are a lot of factors that impact largely, but the implementing those trees is one of the natural procedures to deal with green gas emissions and to work on expanding the agricultural lands. Of course, the tree of mangrove is there naturally in all provinces of Sultanate of Oman, and agriculture aims at expanding the agricultural activities and also to make artificial lakes. This project is a win-win project, whether it is for the government, the private sector, companies that have green gas emissions, and to revive ecosystems in those places. Of course, this project is in partnership with one of the companies in the private sector that is entitled to implementing 100 million tree through 5 years and to continue in this process in order to eliminate 14 tons of carbon. And in other places, as we mentioned before, in Sultanate of Oman, this is an important area, and those trees are there naturally. And for me, the companies that have green gas emissions, they need to integrate this strategy in order to gain a lot of benefits for the government as well, to fund this project and to work on reviving other activities in those coastal areas and to offer new job opportunities. Of course, there are a lot of aspirations to expand on this regard and hopes to expand our partnerships and collaboration between government and international agencies and organizations, as it has already happened in a lot of events, collaborating with some international companies in this regard. And for the lessons that we learned from this experience is putting national policies and also investing in implementing trees of mangrove to mitigate gas emissions, and of course designing laws in order to protect coastal areas and integrating technology to restore ecosystems, as well as promoting collaboration and raising awareness in the civil society that is considered a key element in the success of such project and achieving its durability. Thank you. شكرا جزيلا.
I would now would like to give the floor to Mr. George Mitri. He is Professor of Environmental Sciences at the Director of the Land and Natural Resources Program at the Institute of the Environment, the University of Balamand in Lebanon. Yeah, you will focus on post-fire restoration. This is crucial in the Middle East with its arid climate and extreme weather events like droughts and heat waves that pose significant challenges. Wildfires, especially in countries like Lebanon, Turkey and Syria, cause severe ecological and socio-economic impacts. Post-fire restoration can help drive policy development in fire management, land use, environmental protection. It also presents an opportunity to share knowledge and best practices across the region, improving future preparedness and resilience. Last year, the Mediterranean region experienced devastating wildfires exacerbated by prolonged droughts and extreme heat waves. So, could you elaborate a little bit more on what innovative approaches has Lebanon implemented to sustainably restore ecosystems affected by these fires, while also addressing the needs of local communities?
Thank you so much. Also, thank you for the FAO Regional Office for this opportunity to highlight our case on post-fire restoration in Lebanon, which is really now we're seeing how forest fire is becoming an increasing risk to terrestrial ecosystems. Definitely, we are, like so many other countries in the regions, we are facing in Lebanon some key problems and challenges affecting the risk of fires in the country, starting with land degradations. We just saw the map that Fida showed us, how really more than 2/3 of the region is affected by degradation. And this is in turn affecting rural livelihood. Degradation in turn is increasing fire risk in the country. And of course, with no action, this can affect also food security, water scarcity, and so many other economic losses. Water scarcity is another key problem that we are dealing with. We're seeing how actually like most countries, I can say, and based on our research at least, they are dealing with decrease in per capita water availability. And some research or studies say that at least this decrease reached up to 60% compared or since 1970s. And also increasing drought conditions, this makes this in turn increase fire hazards as well in different ecosystems. Of course, the investment or the loss, degradation leads to economic losses, as I said, and investing in restoration, Fida said $1 can yield up to $20 in some places, and that's true. And in some places, in some ecosystem, it can yield even up to $30 in return of the investment you put on ecosystem restoration. But I must say there are two main issues also that we are dealing with now. One of them is climate change. Climate change is really worsening the situation. The region now is warming twice the global average. So there are many places that are really affected by these extreme weather conditions. And when I say climate change, it doesn't mean that only we're seeing increase in temperature and reduction in precipitation, but we're seeing also sometimes heavy rainfalls after fires, and that's catastrophic to ecosystems because it can lead to soil erosions, to flash floods, and so on. And that's what actually we saw a few years ago in North Lebanon, where we had a fire in June or end of July. And in August, we had a very heavy rainfall following 1 week the fire. And it was catastrophic to the communities, to the infrastructure. So these are the weather extremes now we are dealing with at a higher or increased frequency, I can say. And of course, nature-based solution and restoration can counteract degradations that are resulting from these weather extreme. And one more thing that one of the key problems we are dealing with is the weak governance and some also problems related to land tenures, because this can complicate a little bit, legal restoration on degraded land, on privately owned lands that are affected by fire. So that's why it's important to secure communities' land rights and involve local stakeholders. This is vital, actually, to ensure long-term restoration success. So based on these facts, these key problems that we are facing, we recognized some potential solutions in the country, and we built on these potential solutions. First one is related to agroforestry, because if we want to restore and invest money in restoration, we also want to make sure that this restoration is going to be beneficial to communities. And just restoring the land for the sake of maintaining the environment is not that easy, because you won't be able to secure enough money for that. So agroforestry was one of the solutions to invest in, because it can increase land productivity by 50% compared to monoculture after fire. And that's a very good solution that we wanted to adopt in our strategy. Second, as I said, restoration investments, when they are very well planned, studied, and targeted, they can yield very high income to local communities, especially if local communities as well are involved in the restoration process. Third point is that also empowering women and youth and involving them in the restoration activities proved to ensure long-term success, because these can reinvest actually in the community well-being. And the fourth point is that we counted much on technologies. We counted much on using remote sensing data, the new now high-resolution satellite images, combining these with artificial intelligence. So what it used to take us, let's say, 6 months to assess as degraded land, now it takes us much less time, actually, and we were able to intervene in some places right on time before the degradation is worsened. So all these issues, based on all these issues, actually, we developed our strategies. The first strategy is we developed back in 2009 the first national strategy for forest fire management. It was endorsed by the Council of Ministers. And then back in 2023, we updated the strategy to meet the existing challenges, now the current challenges. And this strategy clarifies roles and responsibilities when it comes to integrated fire risk management, because we are talking here about the 5 R's in this integrated fire management. The first R, we call it research, information analysis. Second is readiness. Third is risk reduction. The fourth is response. And the last R, which is also the most important, is restoration and recovery after fires. So we strategized our approach in an official document, and it was endorsed by the Council of Ministers. And then we updated our National Forest Program, also putting more stress and highlight on the importance of restoration. We developed national guidelines for post-fire restoration. And last year, we implemented our first pilot sites of post-fire restoration based on these guidelines. And now, after 1 year of restoration, we've noticed that really the results are wonderful because we managed to reduce by 90% soil erosion after fire. We were able to promote natural regeneration, natural recovery, and avoid expensive restoration and reforestation activities, because now, for us to plant 1 hectare of land, meaning around 700 trees, and maintain them and protect them, it costs somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 euros or dollars. While implementing the guidelines and doing the post-fire restoration, we were able to save 75% of this amount, and just stabilizing the soil, reducing impacts on the loss of biodiversity, and promoting natural regeneration. This is a pilot site that I hope you will able one day to visit and see the amazing results we were able to achieve. And we developed so many other guidelines, actually guidelines for managing rangelands to also reduce the impacts of fires on rangelands. Some other guidelines also for managing fire risks in protected areas. We have nature reserves, we have community-based protected areas, we have natural parks, natural sites, and there were like some specific guidelines, not only to reduce fire risk in protected areas, but also to restore the ecosystems within protected areas after fires. So in brief, I don't want to take longer. I just want, based on our experience, we can call for 3 points to actions. The first one is we encourage countries to prioritize restoration as a means to enhance resilience to disturbance. That's very important. In our strategy, we didn't say that we want to stop fires. We said we want to reduce the impact of catastrophic fires on ecosystem. There is no way you can stop a disturbance. Let's be realistic. You can increase your resilience. Sometimes you can increase your resistance. You'll always be affected by these disturbances. The importance is to see how you can recover very quickly after that. The second point is to advocate for increased regional collaborations. Now with the support of FAO, I think we will move more forward towards increasing this collaboration, learning from each other, and gaining knowledge, combining both traditional knowledge and scientific knowledge to improve restoration. And the last point is to align restoration efforts with community needs. That's very important if you want to ensure long-term success of your restoration activities. Thank you.
Thank you. I think many countries know this, the risk of fires, and it's already a long-known phenomenon, also in Southern Europe. So it's super interesting. But for now, let's move on to Mrs. Shad Mustafa. She's the regional coordinator for Europe, Middle East, and North Africa. She works for the International Land Coalition. Well, you focus a little bit more on tenure systems in rangelands. So establishing secure land tenure systems for rangelands is critical for promoting sustainable land management and enhancing the livelihoods of pastoral communities, especially as we approach the International Year of the Rangelands and Pastoralists in 2026. Given that our region is dominated by rangelands, what are the key challenges and opportunities in establishing secure land tenure systems for rangelands? And what financing instruments can be leveraged to enhance investments in sustainable rangeland management practices? Could you please?
Thank you.
Explain?
Well, we know that establishing a secure land tenure system for rangelands is critical, but it's important for promoting sustainable land management and enhancing the livelihood of pastoral communities in the region. Especially, we are approaching the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists, and also given that our region is dominated by rangelands. What are the key challenges and opportunities in establishing secure land tenure system for rangeland and the financing instruments? You need to look in depth into the challenges and specificities of the region to understand the challenges, because you cannot generalize what we have on a global level when it comes to an arid, semi-arid region. On top, of course, of the climate crisis, the region in itself facing a long list of challenges added to that. The main ones is the neglecting of customary governance systems and resources on rangelands specifically, that could result in a conflict and negative outcomes when we talk about restoration in our, on rangelands within a local community. In addition to that, the privatization and shifting of power on rangelands to the state and taking control of that land by the state in the Nina region did not work very well in the past couple of years. It worked, it proved us that it's counterproductive, and it's even breaking the socio-economic component of rangelands and pastoralism in the region. So we also noticed that the large scale of afforestation, especially on a rangeland or unstudied area in terms of precipitation, had actually negative effects on the local communities that are living there. Yet within all these challenges, there is a big space that we can make use and many opportunities that the region in itself is offering us, which is collaborating with local communities to ensure a sustainable ecosystem restoration on the long run. And this could be done by recognizing the customary systems and also by recognizing the communal institutions for land governance in such communities and work with them wherever founded collaboratively. A close consultation with local communities is always a must when we are talking about investment in ecosystem restoration in an arid area, because these local communities know the system of their region, knows which kind of plantation can survive, which kind of techniques that they can use to ensure that these plants would have a positive outcome if a big investment is made there. So not bringing, I don't know, a European or an American company where it says, I want to plant avocado in a very arid situation. I'm sorry, you are wasting your money. So consultation with local communities is the cornerstone to start sustainable ecosystem restoration in the region. In addition to that, understanding that we are in arid, semi-arid area of the world, the whole idea of ecosystem restoration, it could be working where we have a precipitation above 200 millimeter annually, but it wouldn't give the same results if you are working in areas with lower precipitation. That means when we're talking about investment in lower areas of precipitation, we need to calculate that the investment will not give the same results that it will give in other regions with higher precipitation. And this is something very important to understand, because in some areas of Nina, if you move 10 kilometers outside a circle, then you have other results in terms of precipitation. Also, learning from local communities could be an added value in terms of investment, because there are certain practices that get lost over the time, knowing that pastoralists and local communities are migrating due to the climate crisis, and also leaving the traditions and the techniques that they are using in their regions behind. This needs to be documented and also integrated in the mechanisms that will be used in the ecosystem restoration. In terms of which investment patterns and process, I think every investment in this area is welcomed. The idea is to have a holistic approach especially in an area characterized by massive drylands and rangelands. And we highlight the importance of the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists because it's finally there is an opportunity to shed the light on rangeland and pastoralist in a region that it's 90% characterized by such type of land that suffered from negligence for decades now. And also the investment in ecosystem restoration through plantation in the arid area, it might run into obstacles because you always have the factor that was highlighted so many times by other colleagues. You have the climate change, you have fires, you have so many elements. So you need to think if I'm going to make any investment or asking donors to make investment, the return of this investment will not be on a short term. It's a long run investment where you need to engage with local communities, where you need to engage with the practices of the local communities, not only the people of the local communities in order to achieve results. And also there is an importance of system resilience, where strengthening the resilience within the food systems requires recognizing the interconnected nature of different systems and building durability into each component of the system. And we see that from experience, Tunisia, as Mr. Naufel highlighted, it's a good example to follow because they are working closely with local communities. They are putting people first and having this strategy of people-centered land governance, even in ecosystem restoration, is the sustainable path towards achieving restoration in the region and also preserving the region from more devastating deforestation and degradation of resources and soil. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's continue to the last, the last question to the last panelist, I would say, but it's the first question to you, to Mr. Mauro Centrito. He is Research Director of the Institute for Sustainable Plant Protection at the National Research Council in Italy. Well, you have been involved in the Salamet project, which focuses on identifying, testing and validating sustainable land and water management techniques to enhance dryland resilience while creating business opportunities for communities. And science, of course, plays a vital role in land restoration by providing knowledge and tools to address land degradation and develop sustainable solutions. So could you please explain how we can translate research and innovation into actionable policies and through the experience of Salamet? So what are the key challenges in translating research and innovation into those policies, and how can the linkage between science, research and policy making be strengthened to drive effective environmental action?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, of course, FAO, for the support. Few words about Salamet project. It is Salamet. It is an acronym for Sustainable Land and Water Management in the Mediterranean region, for Mediterranean dryland. The project is coordinated by the colleague Pierpaolo Ruggero from the University of Sassari. I am just one of the project PI, and Salamet is made by 15 partners, research institutions from 70 different countries, 3 companies, NGOs, and then let's say international institutions like Siambari and FAO Egypt. So we have 7 partners, 6 countries, 3 from the North Mediterranean, so from the Southern Europe, Mediterranean country, Spain, Italy, and Greece. Then Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt, and then Palestine, which is an external associate. Now, what are the basis of Salamet? Basically, we think that if we want to develop drylands, we have to increase soil fertility and water conservation. And this is a prerequisite for all the drylands. But then the drylands in Mediterranean area are quite diverse. We move from Southern Mediterranean drylands, which have an aridity index between about 0.45, so it is an arid, semi-arid condition. And then we have the hyper-arid condition in Morocco, Egypt, and Tunisia with aridity index which ranges between 0.05 to 0.15. So the condition that the biophysical drivers are quite different, but the degradation and desertification also it comes from social drivers. And those biophysical and social drivers are very, very interconnected. Finally, there in the Mediterranean there is a mosaic of very diverse social ecological systems. These systems, they require a tailored solution. So there is no one solution for all the drylands. Now, what is our approach? Our approach is basically based on different pillars. The first pillar, it is developing nature-based solution, practical nature-based solution in the sixth living lab together by engaging stakeholders which are NGOs, companies, local companies, policy makers, extensionists, because the idea is by selecting and testing together this natural-based solution, we can create an environment in which this natural solution can rehabilitate land, and by rehabilitating land, they can improve investment, creating new business opportunities for both, especially for women and youth. And the second pillar is by combining stakeholders with research, with the scientists, we can create a co-researching environment where this co-researching environment create a new social learning spaces to hybridize scientific knowledge with local knowledge. This is essential to test and to reassess the efficacy of these solutions, with nature-based solution, not only from the, to test the ecological impact, but also the social impact. And again, we think that this is essential for creating business opportunities, new business opportunities. Now, those are the 6 living labs. I start with the Valencia Living Labs. It is a living lab studying the hydrology of, we remember what happened in the past few months in flooding Valencia, dramatic flooding. This is a result of not only of a very strong precipitation event, but also by the result of long-term forest degradation. So the forest degradation means that they lost all most of the ecosystem services, creating hydrological hazard because of forest fire, because of forest logging. And now they are studying, applying this model, which is called CAFE, CO2, aqua, which is the Spanish for water, fire, and eco-resilience, to provide support system to inform policymakers to raise awareness. It is quite very successful. This model, it is also applied in the Sardinia, the right corner in Sardinia, in the agro-silver pastoral. dedicated especially it is connected to the milk industry, so to cheese production. And then in Essaouira for the Argania forest, and we know that the Argania forest, Essaouira, is a UNESCO site, a very fragile site where the Argan forest is very important for a lot of reasons, for local ecology, but also for the local economy, especially connected to the women cooperative to produce argan. By studying the grazing system, different grazing system, we are improving the productivity of this forest. Then in Essaouira, we apply also another technology, which is a water harvest technology based on subphase water retention biodegradable membrane. This biodegradable membrane are placed at bottom of a microbasin or around the argan trees. They harvest water. They basically increase the reproduction of trees. And after 2-3 years, these membranes are fully biodegraded, but the trees, the argan trees, are basically able to develop because they can cope with the local drought. Another completely different water harvest system is applied in Marsa Matruh in Egypt, on the right, so the corner, I mean, sorry, the photo on the right corner. Marsa Matruh, it is completely different water harvest system. It is based on catchment level terraces where the water from the wadi floods from one terrace to another. We avoid upstream, downstream conflicts because only 50% of the water is used to increase productivity in these terraces, and the other 50% is used for Marsa Matruh urban for civil purposes. And then this system also prevents flooding in the area. Talking about conflict, we can move to the experience in Greece, in Messina, where we are studying how we can, there is a conflict on water use between the towns for civil purposes. It is a very touristic area, and the using aquifers for irrigating olive. So by applying drip irrigation, a water sieve irrigation technique, basically we can reduce this conflict. And again, I'm talking about conflict. In the Medellin area in Tunisia, we apply this managed aquifer recharge, which uses the wadi water. I mean, in this area, 90% of water can come in just 2 events during the year, and then this water this system increases infiltration water in soil, recharging the aquifers, and the velocity is increased by 10%, infiltration by 10%, and compared to other areas where this technology is not applied, the water table has risen 100%. Now, of course, as I said, the project is very ambitious. It wants to develop new business opportunities. We have 3 companies, one from Tunisia, which is a farmer, one from Spain and one from Italy, small companies that are high-tech companies, but together with NGOs, we will from Palestine and DesertNet International, also with collaboration with Siam Bares and especially FAO Egypt, with their system of farm field schools, we think we can spread scale out these technologies to develop capacity for building new business opportunities. Having said that, our project is rather successful, but we have to remind that drylands, Mediterranean, are very fragile and remain very fragile. Now in Riyadh, the statistics showed that between 2000 and 2019, the drylands in the world, the degraded land increased by 14.7 to 18.9, almost 19%. If degradation increases at this speed, by 2030, we will end up in about 1 billion of hectares of degraded land. So if we want to stop land degradation and we want to make this business opportunity stable, we have only one possibility to stop climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you may give an applause to all panelists. It's super nice to see the interplay actually between the people and the ecosystems. Actually, in all your answers and responses, there is some link to how people use the land and the carrying capacity of the ecosystem, or how to tackle the negative impact of climate change or overusing the land, but also how to use the local knowledge of the people in public participation and to generate commitment for the solutions you're looking for. Well, I would like to know, because we don't have that much time, but are there any questions in the audience for one of the panelists? So if please, okay, I'm not sure. Do I need to bring the microphone, or is there someone else who can do that? I can do it. Oh, you will do. Okay, thank you. Oh, and can you please indicate or mention who you are briefly and to whom you want to address the question?
Thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, for very valuable interventions, presentations. I have a few questions to the lady from FAO, whose presentation was very interesting. I was wondering whether we could set up a regional fund in the Arab world, because, I mean, there are rich countries in the area, and they might be willing to contribute, and I think it would be only, well, I mean, just natural that they'd have a solidarity attitude towards their neighbors, if I may say. Yeah. So this is one point. Another point concerns the evaluation of the emergencies. What are the emergency levels? Have you identified countries, areas where there are at most, well, first degree emergency, if I may say, or second degree, etc. Do you have a kind of a hierarchy of the emergencies? And in that case, this could also be useful to try to identify where to work before any other place. The third point is, I think that there is, I don't know, well, I live in Europe, I'm sorry, but I'm asking myself, do we have in the Arab world a sufficient knowledge of the emergency situation that we are in? And in that case, we should work a lot, I think, with your global or regional, at least, approach with universities, to try to draw the attention of students, not only to local problems such as fires somewhere, but also as a general challenge for the region. So universities should be an aim. In addition, I think, to the private sector, since you are saying that it is that $1 invested can bring $20 benefit, or maybe 30. So I mean, this is very much more interesting than real estate. So, but I mean, why don't? Well, I think it would be very interesting to work on this particular point from the economic point of view. That was my fourth question, my fifth question, and last, I would be happy if we could have access to the presentations that we have seen on the screen, the different PowerPoints, and if possible, a kind of report, a summary report of the debates that we have had. Thank you.
Yes, these are a lot of questions, so let's, yeah. Oh, you first want to, yeah.
Should I answer first? Or?
Well, let's first collect, well, there's a lot of questions. We have only,
Not all for me.
Yeah, quickly ask your question, but I would like to ask to be brief, please. And also ask to whom the question is addressed.
شكرا على الدعوة.
You for the invitation, Saeed Zarwali from Morocco. My question is for the representative of Tunisia and Sultanate of Oman, and even to Lebanon. What is the procedures taken to a good use of, for example, the products, the local products that is a byproduct of forest resources, and how to use these materials for the benefit of the locals. I know in the Sultanate of Oman there is what is called there is a tree that is well known there, and there are other products, and thank you so much.
For the time being, let's first answer these questions.
I'll try to quickly answer the questions. Okay. So, should I answer in English? Okay. Let me answer in English first. Okay, so you touched based, in fact, critical points, and these points related to the fund, the possibility of collaboration at the regional level, plus working with universities and private sector. All of these were the key parameters that we assessed in terms of the projects or initiatives that we looked in. Now, the regional initiative, as I presented at the end, aimed at, exactly as you mentioned, where we need to look into the regional approach that we can find internal funding and how countries can fund these things. In fact, the detailed framework even assessed, I don't want to call it a different typology of our countries in the region, because we have, as you asked in the second questions, we have different categories. Countries, for example, where are energy producers or fuel producers like the Gulf countries. We have North Africa, we have West Asia, also we have countries under conflict. So the priorities are different in the region, and the typology of the region also is different. So the framework also provided some examples of how we can do collaboration between countries. For example, to ensure the food security in Saudi Arabia could be the investment on the land in Sudan or in Jordan in terms of having a shared trade system or mechanism. This leads to the second question, which is how we prioritize. We know that in terms of if you want to achieve a good restoration, especially that we're talking about the dry land, but also dry land is not a wasteland, even though it's a 90%. People in dry land manage over the last years to be more resilient and adaptable to their situation, and they have most of the knowledge and experience. So also dry land is a food basket for 50% of the world population. So still there are, with the less precipitation, also we have the resources that we can manage. But the point is to prioritize the restoration. The second step of our framework is exactly to define which ecosystem we should invest more in this region to generate the sustainable return from investment. We will do it at the level of the regional, but that needs more economic valuation assessment. But at the same time, we're working with the countries who are interested to join this framework So for example, we have Tunisia, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, part of this initiative as well, where we are looking also at the national level, aligning different commitments into the restoration and which ecosystem they should invest more on it. Private sector is part of this. So even the business models that we analyzed out of the 300 projects we analyzed or initiatives, we found that private sector, when targeted towards holistic approach and supporting the public-private, more positive results in terms of restoration with the government. So we want to replicate such cases, so we identified some projects on that. I think because of the time, we have too many things, but we can share the framework that we already launched at the COP16. The white paper of the full assessment of the framework soon will be launched this year, that have the different introduction, let's say, or explanation of the pathways. But the critical point is to move towards implementation while we are assessing the different opportunities in the field.
Yeah, thank you. Is your question related to this question? Yes? Okay, then first, please ask.
Moi, je voudrais parler juste d'une.
I would like to talk about some part of this question. I'll mention a part of this question. Well, all the participants, thank you to all the participants. You have talked about associating the local populations to the development of their regions and the fight against degradation. In Morocco, we have the Agdels. These are zones, the periodical zones that we establish and then remove. We give them specific status, and specific local laws govern those zones. Unfortunately, these Agdels disappear, and it's because there are no laws to protect them. And we do not want to talk about the customs law, or rather the traditional laws. They're codified and everything, but there aren't clear laws about the pastoral aspect that tackles the Agdels in specific. They refer to gardens and farmland owned by the Makhzen or the community. But again, we need to delve into this and understand how the local people managed their lands, and I'm happy to see the forest officials removing their hats, and they're no longer the gendarmes in relation to this. I believe that we'll see more success following that.
About Tunisia, could you please answer?
Voilà, peut-être je vais répondre pour les deux questions.
I will answer the two questions. The first is concerning the exploitation of the forest products. When we talk about forest products, we talk about products like wood and cork. Now, in Tunisia, we have many many exercises that allow us to reflect more in relation to the amendments of the forest code. And we have the groups of agricultural development. These are dedicated groups, and we have community associations as well as associations for agriculture services. We have a whole apparatus, and the agricultures organizations also, with whom we forge contracts and conventions and partnerships. The conditions grant access to products for free at one condition. The organization needs to have works for the benefit of the forests in order to improve access, to maintain the silviculture operations, and then to have the different categories. Now, to talk about the last organization of agricultors, they are bound by the law to invest 20% of their benefits to the profit of the association. And so there is this gratuitous aspect, yes, and commitment to the forest, but they have to develop activities in favor of the association and society, whether it's in relation to education, health, transportation, and so on. They are carrying out all these activities, and for now, this model has been tested, and it was tested on 2 sites. This model also was financed by the administration, and we believe it can be successful to change the existing model. And for the agriculture groups, they are successful at one condition, however, the condition of having co-management contracts with operators that can value better the products which they will exploit. This means that if the administration deals with the agriculture groups, these groups will in turn deal with operators that are private in order to valorize the products, the forest products. And this worked. Now it is about the legal framework, and we need to review and amend a few aspects, and we're in quite advanced phases for such purposes.
I would like to talk about the AGDAs, which are the equivalent of collective processes here in Tunisia, called in this way. And maybe your neighbor can testify about this, given that we have executed an exercise under the framework of a project in the south of Tunisia, which has allowed to ameliorate certain collective processes which are managed with the agricultural development regroupment. The administration has done the investments in terms of everything that is related to the physical amelioration for the pastoralists. However, all the operations are done in the framework of a contract of agricultural development. All the operations are done by the charge of this regroupment. This regroupment is the one who manages, is the one This is a model that has limits, given that the sustainability of the action is not ensured, and climate conditions are not always favorable, and we can have 1 year or 2 years who are not in favor of heavy revenues, and revenues are not guaranteed anyway. We have the tendency to diversify resources of these structures to develop other activities in favor of the zones in which they are installed.
Thank you. We're running out of time already, so I would like to give the floor for one last question. Yeah, now I see 2 hands, but I give to you if someone can bring the microphone.
Thank you. I have actually a quick reflective point regarding the research, since we have 2 universities, 2 research organizations, as well as FAOs there. Do you think it's time to have that kind of shifting from the traditional research or expert-led research to a more community-led research? I think by this way, we can give more opportunity, more interactive participatory space for the local communities to have their own role, their own voice, their own activism, their local resources, and that could be the shortest way to make the local community much more empowerment and empowered toward any positive changes in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to respond? Yes, please. Do you have the mic there? Or they're all gone? Then you take.
Yeah, actually, I believe that's a very important question. And to respond to that, at our university, for instance, we started two things. The first one is what we call service learning. Service learning is sending students to the communities to do their research together with community leaders and community-based organizations. This way, they learn really what is needed to be done at the community level, and they don't keep only working on theory. At the same time, they benefit the communities. So it's a win-win situation. And a second approach is what we call continuous education. This is where we invite also people from the communities to, of course, to give them certain training in specific topic, like related to restorations, to management, but at the same time to acquire the local knowledge from them and translate it into training material. So these are the approaches, I think, that prove to be very efficient and very, let's say, engaging with communities.
Sorry, I have a different view. There is not such a thing as scientific research, university research, local research. Research is based on scientific principles and methodologies. If you don't apply this methodology, these principles to research, this is not research. So a different thing is what perhaps we were showing. We can generate co-learning processes with local stakeholders. But please, let's be clear. Research must be based on truly scientific methodology.
Well, thank you. Well, we can continue the discussion after the session because of time, and there's another session scheduled here. So I would like to thank all the panelists and FAO for the explanation of the regional framework, and you as well for the interactive engagement with the questions. So I keep it here just to wrap up the session. Thank you so much. Well, it would be nice to also discuss a little bit more. Yeah, sure. We're running out of time.
أهلا. خلاص خلصتوا تسجيل خلاص طيب شكرا Good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to be chairing this session today. My name is Professor Dua Al-Sharif. I'm from Egypt, and I'm very glad to be with you. This session is about women and land, and we have 4 presentations. We will start with the first one, Dr. Abdelrahim Idris. He is a land governance expert, professor of land administration in Second Hassan University. He has more than 13 years experience in land. He is from Morocco. Let me introduce Dr. Abdelrahim to start the presentation.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا. أود أن
Hello. I want to thank the President for the word. We thank the presence here and welcome to your second country, Morocco. I wish that you will have a good stay during this conference. Allow me to present a vision about the problematic of the access of women to land in regards to the public policies, and I will have an approach towards that in the Moroccan reality regarding the challenges facing Moroccan women to access lands, and I will give you a picture about the efforts in public policies. As you know, it is a problematic in many countries, this problem of access of women. Maybe we will find reasons, economical, social, etc. And these parameters do hinder women from accessing to land, but this does not have to be perpetual given the transformations and transitions our Arab societies are going through. In regards to these transitions, Morocco has done many efforts to reinforce women, to help them access easily. Now we will see the best public policies to give women access, and what are the efforts and what are the challenges faced by women that are still affecting women's access to land. We'll have two approaches: the horizontal public policies and the public policies in regards to women equality, and I will talk about the sectorial policies, the public policies in agriculture and rural development. First, policy in regards to equality and emancipation of women's rights. During 4 years of implementing this policy, many efforts have been conducted. The most important one was the access of women to land, to give women access to formal, respectable habitats, and raise their consciousness. During 4 years, this has allowed women to access to housing. It went from 15.7 women to 18.7% of women who have access to housing between 2012 and 2016. This has helped women, even if by a little. Another policy that has been adopted to put law text that has allowed women, especially Sudanese women, women of tribes who have been granted the access to lands and granted the right to own property. And this has been a breakthrough. Always on the horizontal public policies, we have other procedures that have been adopted to make women into entrepreneurs. An important procedure is to give them access to housing through a special fund for women. We have a direct financial support between 70 and 100,000 dirhams, and it has had important results. Another aspect of the horizontal policies is the investment policies to encourage entrepreneur women, encouraging women to have access to lands and invest in lands. This access to lands should not be just for housing, but for investment, to have access to projects, to allow women to have their own independence, financial independence. We had many programs that have been developed, and a legal framework has been created. The auto entrepreneur is one of those initiatives that have been very fruitful. We also have had many mechanisms to do a close follow-up with women. Despite these efforts, the number of women who are entrepreneurs is still very negligible. The amount of entrepreneur women are 16%, and only 2.6% are women who are entrepreneurs in real estate and in land investments. We put in place many programs related to financial aid, to fiscal reduction, related to projects, and the aid can be up to 40% of the project's total amount. These numbers are still very limited, and this is due to many challenges we will see. Another procedure is to grant access to women to industrial land projects and investment. Many procedures have been worked upon. This is not only related to women, but women are also targeted by these procedures. However, there are still challenges because women need capital for these projects. Now we will talk about sectorial policies related to the access of women to land. Let's talk about agriculture. The states have put in place many strategies and policies which help women to access to agricultural lands and encouraging her to do cooperation projects, etc. 2 minutes? Okay. These agricultural projects that have been put in place with the purpose of facilitating the access of women to agricultural land and have these women own these properties. Many women in the Somali lands in Morocco have been granted property of these lands, and we also have had procedures regarding small superficial areas granted to women. For housing now, we have the efforts of the state, which are 3 types. First effort is to fight informal housing, aka slums. Many programs have been put in place, and we only have 3.3% of slums right now in the urban sector. We also have put in place a housing product, which allows the access of women with a weak income or a weak capital, as for the state to shatter these financial barriers. And then we have the third procedure, which is the direct financial aid, which has allowed 14,000 women to benefit from this aid and have their own housing. For the challenges, we have social, cultural challenges. We have challenges of an economical aspect, legal problems, administration problems. All these problems and challenges have reduced the capacity of women to access to land. Legal, institutional challenges are also present, and also educational challenges. Finally, we need to think carefully to put in place a policy to help women access to land, and for these policies to be interconnected. If we do not have a policy that is comprehensive, that is complete and holistic, we cannot hope to achieve the access of these women to land. Finally, we need innovative methods for the access of women. And finally, I thank you for your attention, and I'm welcome to any questions.
شكرا جزيلا يا دكتور.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for respecting time. I propose if you have any questions, we can leave them to the end after the 4 presentations. If anyone has a question, they can prepare it, and at the end we can answer the questions.
Now we come to the second presentation. Ms. Kulthum Niang, Team Leader, Youth, Gender and Innovation, FAO, Mauritania. And also Ms. Colleen Damion-Verdeau, Land Tenure Specialist, FAO. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Okay. So they will share the presentation. Who will start? Kulthum first. Yes. I invite you to come here, to come to the floor here. Please keep on time, because we have limited time for all the presentations. Thank you. You're welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
My presentation will be in French. Thank you very much to you and the organizers for attending, dear participants and panelists. Thank you for your attention. My presentation will be co-presented, in fact, with my colleague. I'll be in charge with the first part, that is contextualizing the situation in Mauritania. For the people who do not know Mauritania, it is in the, North Africa, Northwest Africa. It has a specific context, geographically speaking, and climate-wise. The area of Mauritania is 1,030,000 cubic, or rather square meters, and we have a small percentage of arable land only. Excuse me. Arable lands and agricultural lands in Mauritania are highly competitive. We do not have many. We have 4 main regions for agriculture, and these are on the valley of the Senegal River. And there is a particularity here. There is a high density in this in these surroundings. Does it work?
Okay. Okay. Oui. Ok. Ok, c'est bon. Merci beaucoup. Donc, désolé d'y.
Thank you. Apologies. To continue about the context of Mauritania, we have those 4 agriculture regions across the Senegal River, and they have this characteristic. They're highly dense, demographically speaking, and so there is a competition due to this factor. The level of those regions, we also find a high density with regards to women. So demographically speaking, we have more women in those regions. However, there is still a gap in terms of access to land in comparison with men. Now, the legal framework in Mauritania doesn't forbid access for women. And access to land matters is there. It is granted. Apologies, I have the impression something's wrong with the slide. I was saying, at the level of the legal framework, women do have access. The land belongs to the nation, whether the citizen is a woman or a man, it doesn't matter. Now, in relation to the modalities of transmission of land, that's where there is a difference. At the legal side, the access is covered, but at the social side, there are issues because transmission is done following some cultural principles and traditions. Figures here demonstrate it. The study and the data here are quite old, dating back to 2015, but these are the only data that we have about this, data showcasing the difference between the land access, the rural and urban zones between women and men. As figures show it, women have very low access to land in Mauritania. One of the constraints justifying these figures is the transmission of land, and so we have a social inheritance here, inheritance codes that are quite social, and it is quite exceptional that a woman accesses land. Most often it's a man that inherits the land, and then at the institutional level we see that many women in rural areas do not have an education. They thus don't understand how they should proceed in order to guarantee their access or their inheritance to that land in a permanent way. And this goes hand in hand with not being familiar with the legal frameworks. Now we have a national strategy for the institutionalization of gender, and here this adds to the issues, I believe, because most women do not have the resources to buy land, and this is related again to the fact that they do not have any education. There are issues with the family status and educational levels, among others. This situation leads to, well, when you look at the academic studies and scientific studies, you see the same recommendations all the time. And here we have the recommendation of revising the law, amending the law, and the problem is that the legal framework doesn't forbid women from accessing land, but at the same time we do not have any quotas, any clear article that stipulates that discrimination should be absolutely forbidden. And so this legal framework does deserve, in a sense, to be amended. Now, the recommendation that is most common consists in reinforcing the capacities of women. As I mentioned, there is a technical obstacle, and these women do not have access to information, and so we need to work on capacity building. And the third recommendation that is quite common is to encourage local actors such as imams and the village chiefs and the tribes to advocate for women and their access to land. Here it means that we need to engage all the stakeholders, and just as we create multi-actor platforms, my colleague Caroline will talk about it. I'll try to be quick. Thank you very much, Romo. Thank you all for being here. Before tackling this issue and talking about granting better access for women, I would like to talk about the importance of inclusivity with regards to land. Now, in the framework of Mauritania, we know that access to land is an element that is fundamental in terms of empowerment. If they can access land, they can cultivate it, they can be safe, they can guarantee their food security. If they do not consume any product, they can sell it, and this will increase their revenue and thus resilience in case of crisis. Now, in terms of access to land, there is also the securing rather, and management of resources sustainably. When we talk about accessing land, unfortunately, sometimes they do not have the best parcels of land. They have degraded lands, and so here we need to valorize these lands, and this will have positive effects on the improvement of the quality of soil and biodiversity. It will also have a good effect on capitalization in terms of the value of the land and how much it's worth. Now, the role of multi-actors platforms can have a good impact on access of women to land. Now, to I would like to remind you that these platforms are within the framework of the recommendations for good governance for land. What are these platforms? These are neutral dialogue spaces where all land actors, and that is a lot of actors, producing associations, pastoral farmers and youth and many institutions really, all will be represented on this platform and will communicate their needs and difficulties in terms of accessing land. Among the objectives of the platform is to accompany the process of land reform. The reform will be launched by the state, and then via the platform they will see that it includes all the actors. It's not a top-down approach, it's a bottom-up approach, and the actors here will be able to elaborate an advocacy and formulate the solutions to their problems in terms of access to land and securing the land. Of course, the program is to impact the national land program and have a new policy and a reform for the pastoral code, among others. And there is the capacity building of actors aspect. If they do not know their rights, the laws, the situation of their country, then they won't be able to talk with the authorities. And then participation and inclusion. The more a platform is inclusive, the more it will allow the government, when it will launch its reform, to be more legitimate, because it will be prepared in concert with all the actors. Also, the actors will appropriate the platform as it is there to meet their needs and lead them towards their objectives. This is what makes it sustainability. Also, there is no one-size-fits-it-all. Each country will have its own modus operandi. Now, in Mauritania, how do these frameworks of concert work? It started in 2016 with the launching by the Mauritania government of land reform that requested technical assistance from the FAO so that the reform be exclusive. The response was the implementation in 2017 of this national platform that is today going through a redynamization process, going through thematic workshops that are regularly held and that have for an objective the transfer of knowledge and the reinforcement of the capacities of many actors, youth, young pastorals and pastoralists and so on. They will all discuss of the solutions to bring to the table. And of course, one of the issues was the representation of women here. It went from 17 to 37% within these national workshops. Beyond the representation of women, we have women now coming from different communities. And I believe it's important in Mauritania because the land issues faced by women depend on the communities where they come from. We have this national platform. There are two local platforms that were put in place in the regions of Brakna and Gorgoil. Here, the result was that we had more engagement from the part of women and youth, and the decisions taken in relation to this are taken in concert with these again. And the authorization of exploitation of land now is signed by prefects, and hundreds of women now could, thanks to that, benefit from land. Also, there were issues with regards to land grabbing, and here actors on the platform were taught these issues, and they could cancel and annul land documentations that were related to land grabbing to protect these women. Now, what about the actions taken? The future actions were decided during this national platform. There were trainings, leadership trainings also for women, because capacity building and such are important. And then there is the legal assistance here. Paralegals help women with regards to land security, with regards to land registration documents and so on. Also with regards to the inclusion of youth and women. We worked on them on the degradation of land, and we had trainings with regards to land restoration to teach them how they can take care of their lands. And so the dialogue is a multi-level dialogue. That's the goal, really. All the land actors need to be taken into account. We have the Ministry of Finance that coordinates the reforms along with the Ministry of Economy and other institutions that you can see here at the bottom. They work with the local platforms and they diffuse information. Ministries prepare the reform. They disseminate the information to the platform members, who in turn inform local platforms. On the opposite, we have the information circulating from the down up to the top. Because we need people on the field, and those go back to the institutions in question to communicate more needs about the reforms. Now, a brief vision on the transformations brought on by the platforms. With the support of the FAO, we worked on the integration of the rights of women within the national priority plans, and thanks to the advocacy of the platform, this is integrated, or there will be an integration of 35% of the land by the state to youth, and they will have also joint deeds of ownership, also husbands and women and so on. And in case of separation or death, this will be very useful for them. Also, we worked on the concession of land, and with regards to also, 15% of the lands will be allocated to women and youth in the region of the Kais, and in addition to the obtention of deed ownerships for women in particular, and to mention those women on the restoration also, it worked, and they even taught other women matters in relation to this. Merci.
I also recommend if someone has a question, keep it in mind until we finish all the presentations. Now we come to Mr. Ahmed Sourani. He is from Palestine, co-founder and general coordinator, Gaza Urban and Peri-Urban Agricultural Platform. I invite you to speak. Would you like to speak there or here? As you like. طيب تمام.
Thank you. I am going to speak in Arabic. This is a very massive opportunity to have a look on the Gaza Strip and the role of women in family agriculture, and how agriculture played a huge role in Gaza and during the Israeli aggression. A huge percentage of agriculture in Gaza is agribusiness within in rural areas and within cities. One of the main lessons that we learned from real life is that these practices in the Gaza Strip played a huge role in empowering and strengthening food security in Gaza in the midst of the war. Women in Gaza played a necessary role in agricultural businesses. A huge percentage of agriculture and agricultural property in Gaza is therefore the dominant type of agriculture is small agriculture businesses led by women. If not women, they participate in a very massive way. Therefore, in the midst of challenges, mainly the Israeli aggression, and also in the midst of the current situation, hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza in this context are included. Women was always in the picture. It plays a huge role in agricultural production. However, its role was not given the importance and credits deserved, and this was a hurdle in the way of women in medium and small agricultural businesses. Agricultural practices played a huge role in the resilience of food security and the participation of women in this regard. There was always innovation in even in times of crises. One of the most prominent innovations is a model which is in Al-Qarara. The doctor here would remember, which is the bank of seeds. Which is the initiative of maintaining the seeds, the local seeds. It was in Khan Yunis, and it was destroyed. And the families that were taken over this place managed to secure some of this agribusiness, even in the time of war to this day. And this initiative was a local one, and it includes 60 families within the Gaza Strip, and they were a network to protect and distribute local seeds and seedlings in Gaza, providing agricultural families with it. The social leadership was one of the most important notes in the time of the war. There were always initiatives led by the society. There is less than 5% of urgent humanitarian responses in Gaza in the time of war were 100% local, and the other 50% was via humanitarian work in Gaza. This is not mentioned in most of the international reports, but this is the reality. Human aid was not allowed for months during the war, and it was very important for the local community to find alternatives and strategies of resilience within the possible. And of course, the seeds which we mentioned as a social initiative which continues to this day, and also the collection of rainwater and the use of wheels that are using solar power before the war. These were the main sources of drinking water, whether it's for the displaced families or for the agricultural practices during the war. Also in gardens or the rooftops, at least 50% of the houses in the Gaza Strip have gardens or yards. These were always very critical in food security during crises. And it played a huge and important role in securing some basics of food security for families or displaced families. Multiple families practiced agriculture in displacement camps in Al-Mawasi or in southern Gaza. One of the most important initiatives, this initiative was led by the Forum of Gaza, and this forum contains 500, 600 women, and they were doing cooperative initiatives. And these are very interesting initiatives led by women. They were buying what was available during agricultural seasons, such as date plums, or they were buying it from those families, agricultural families, and then they deliver it to families in need in displacement centers, whether they are small families or large families. I'm going to mention the hurdles and limitations which are known, but the environmental urban agriculture remains important, and it is the backbone of local agriculture. The agricultural knowledge and strategies improved, and there was always the funding and financing. We are with local financing, how we can make local financing available, because external financing is not always available, especially, for example, in the case of Gaza. There is we must use the local resources. It is a challenge, yes, but it must be done. For the capacities, we need to share expertise between farmers, from a farmer to another and from a woman to another. So it is very crucial. We were against training courses in this regard. The championing aspect was always present. Women locally were always participating in the platforms available to them, whether local or national, and they were using these platforms to speak their minds, whether that is through national or international networks. Many stories of success were shared locally and as well as internationally in this regard, in order to improve networking. This is just a takeaway, and we are going to answer questions and share more information in this context with you and all the participants, inshallah. The connection and the rebuilding of Gaza, we have a vision which we are always trying to put forward, and this methodology is very important, and we are trying to work with other Palestinian institutions, the connecting governmental responsibility and humanitarian aid, plus building local safety, which is known as the and this would have a positive impact on the society. And thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. And now, Dr. Ahmed, now we are going to move to the fourth intervention. We have two
researchers, but only one will present. So we have Dr. Fatma Aribi. She has PhD in rural economics and development, and she is an assistant professor at the Arid Region Institute of Medellin, Tunisia. We have the other researcher, and she will present, Dr. Ines Gharbi. She is a researcher in economics and rural development at the National Institute of Agronomic Research of Tunisia. Now I invite Dr. Ines to present, and you have 10 minutes only. Thank you very much.
Shukran. Donc, merci. Je vais présenter en
Thank you. I will present in English. The presentation of today will be centered on the access of women to agricultural land in Tunisia. If we start by the context, the international context, well, women play a central role in the agricultural production and the management of natural resources such as water resources, forests, and land resources for countries for emerging countries. According to FAO statistics, women represent 40% of the agricultural population in these developing countries. They have a subsistence agriculture, that is they work in family farms, and they do not have a direct revenue. Sometimes they manage small farms with areas that do not exceed 3 hectares. Unfortunately, these rural women face many political, social, and economic challenges with regards to accessing land and natural resources such as water resources and forest resources. Now, let's note that at the global scale, 20% of land only, agricultural land, is held by women. In Tunisia, 24% of the active population works currently in agriculture. In Tunisia, rural women constitute half of the rural population according to the last published statistics, and are considered as an active force and contribute to the family revenue. They represent around 35 to 40% of the agricultural workers. In Tunisia, although progress was achieved since 1956, women are still excluded from the economy of trade, and their rights have been ignored for a long time now. Rural women, for example, are the most who suffer from poverty, and 19% of women only have their own source of revenue in comparison with the 60% for men. In the agriculture sector, particularly for the management of land, women have an important role, have many roles. They participate to the protection of the land, to taking care of the cattle and the irrigation and production, but their contributions are not always valued and recognized in official statistics. Also, some women specialize in the production of grains and plants, and these are sold in general to local agricultures and local greenhouses. We also find now feminine agricultural cooperatives. They are considered as a way to regroup and mutualize common resources in order to access financing and markets. They focus on the transformation of agricultural products, and can include initiatives of craftsmanship also. In relation to entrepreneurship, feminine entrepreneurship, women now today participate to more agricultural projects and have companies. However, the initiatives are facing obstacles in relation to accessing bank loans and trainings, and especially land.
À la formation et surtout à la terre agricole. Depuis son indépendance,
since its independence in 1956, Tunisia has invested in legislation. We invested in legislation, land laws, acts, in family codes, and so on. But these rights aren't always granted, and we have the agricultural land code that was instated in 1964, and the family code also instated in 1956, and many laws, notably in 2024, with regards to other matters. But in spite of all these amendments and these laws, the working conditions are still precarious for rural women. And so this precarity can be noticed in the following factors: absence of social protection or coverage, and we see this in agriculture and the crafts, and we know that this excludes them from pension funds and social security, and this increases their vulnerability. Also, the access is limited to social and economic rights. Even when they are working in sectors where protections exist, they are still facing obstacles and their salaries are inadequate. Also, unequal pay is one of the main issues. Men have higher salaries, although they have done the same tasks, or even less, even if they do less. And rural women have to face again double work days. They are responsible of the agricultural tasks, but also of the domestic tasks at home. This figure presents the last national statistics with regards to the employability of rural women in Tunisia. 61% of rural women work as occasional workers, farmers, in informal contexts. I will highlight now access of women to agricultural lands in Tunisia. Women are defavored in a sense, and the land propriety is quasi-masculine in the rural world. 5% of arable lands are owned by women, and women work and are not considered as agricultural workers, but as family helpers. Also, 25% of the project or farmers' chiefs are women. This figure has been on the increase, but during the 70s, we had 40% of women that were working as labor force, and so 8% before in the 70s were chefs of the farms, and so there is a difference. The limit in relation to access to land resources is related to several aspects, notably cultural norms. Women are oftentimes excluded from the land management because of cultural reasons, and they are considered as incapable of managing these lands, and the decision is made on their behalf by their fathers, brothers, and so on. There is the inheritance question, the absence of ownership deeds, and most of these women didn't have any. With regards to land concentration, we see that it is in the hands of owners that have the money. Also, there were works in relation to sensitizing with regards to land rights. Although the rights are stipulated clearly, few women only know about these. In addition, there is the change in the matrimonial status. After marriage, women can lose very quickly their right to control the land, as they're considered as the ownership or propriety of the husband's family or else. Recommendations. We need to work on the legislative aspects and reinforce the reforms in this field to grant equal rights. We can also have training programs on the modern techniques to reinforce their autonomy and capacity to manage their land. In addition, we can facilitate the access of rural women to the land by creating financing mechanisms that are adapted to the local realities of women, in addition to raising awareness and participation to the decisions and the creation of feminine cooperatives to guarantee that their needs are taken into account in the elaboration of public policies. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the end, I would like to thank all the presenters for being on time. And now we open the floor for any question. Unfortunately, we have to take very limited number of questions due to time, but we can start here and then. Dr. Samer. Samer. تفضل.
شكرا يعني
Thank you for the excellent presentations. I want to ask two questions to the Professor Ahmed. First of all, thank you for the initiative for the urban agriculture. I am Samer Haddad, researcher in terms of urban planning and urban agriculture. My question, what is the number of urban agriculture in the Gaza Strip, and was it registered in the database? Because this is a very important subject in regards to food security. Tomatoes have reached $30 as a result of Israeli occupation closing off the Palestinian cities. The question is, how can we reinforce urban agriculture in the West Bank based on the Gaza experience? Another point, sadly, we know that urban agriculture is not new in regards to urban planning, etc. However, the majority of policymakers do not recognize urban agriculture as a formal term in planning. How can we merge between these two aspects? Thank you very much. The question was very clear. Mr. Joseph, go ahead.
Habitat International Coalition. I have something to share. It's not exactly a question. I hope that's okay.
Okay, but
yeah,
sure.
Something we learned about 12, 13 years ago is that the reference to access to land is never enough. If we're speaking about land rights, that has been defined by the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which interprets states' obligations under the covenant, as equitable and sustainable access to, use of, and control over land. That's what land rights is. If we reduce it, and they didn't invent it, it came from UN Women a decade before. But if we reduce it to access only, it really diminishes the woman's right. For if you have land, you can work on the land, you can have access, but maybe you can even own it, as in some progressive cases in the region, but you can't use it unless you have a male guardian endorse or sponsor your access to finance. So it really is a construct. It's access to, use of, and control over land. And we found this to be very useful, and I hope so.
Oh, that's really great. Thank you very much for the information. Yes, please.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais juste contribuer et finir par une question. Alors, ce que nous on fait souvent, c'est de pouvoir se baser sur les jeunes filles. Parce que vous savez aujourd'hui que nos mamans ont besoin d'être supportées. Et donc, on se base sur les jeunes filles. Et sur la base des jeunes filles, les jeunes filles vont faire une restitution dans les communautés pour impacter d'autres jeunes filles et impacter également leur mère. Et aussi, vous savez, quand la fille souvent parle à côté de son père, c'est beaucoup plus réceptif.
When women are receptive in a lot of communities, and we need to take this into account. And then, what is the implication rate of young girls? I'm speaking globally here. I'm speaking of Mauritania here. Il y a deux questions maintenant, l'une pour Gaza et l'autre pour la Mauritanie. Saïd du Maroc. Et des questions par rapport...
I have questions about the statistics in terms of property in Morocco and Tunisia. I work in the High Commission for Planification. We have done researches. We need to talk about property and usage of land so that we are not confused. Property is very different from all other forms of usage of land. Working in land, even from a statistic viewpoint, he can be used as a workforce. My direct question is, what are the statistics that are available regarding the property in regards to women? And thank you very much.
We have two questions only, and we will go for the floor to respond.
I mean, not question, but
comment?
Quick addition, please. Thank you. I am from Kurdistan of Iraq. For the Iraqi government and Kurdistan, women have the legal right to get land, a property of land. For example, my mother has around 15 hectares of agricultural land which she obtained from her deceased father. This is a matter of culture as men from certain families.
تمليك أراضي الموروثة بعد وفاة.
Thank you. I believe that this happens in multiple countries, and in some parts of Egypt it does happen as well. They do not inherit, where women do not inherit. My name, good day, good evening. My name is Fatima. I am from Morocco. I worked for 3 years on the topic of women access to land. My question is the following. It is around access to information as one of the main problems that we faced in directing policies in doing studies and research about women in land is access of women to land. It is not just a matter of looking for who owns the land, but the use as the relationship of women with their family environment and factuals, the problems that might face women in their access to land. There are multiple questions that even in UN organizations studies we find different problems, cultural, economic, structural, and how institutions deal with access of women to land. But however, we lack knowledge as contexts differ within countries, as access of women is different from a place to another. How we can face this problematic and understand the source of the problem before talking about the solutions. We start by answering the first question about Gaza. Dr. Ahmed, the question was from Dr. Samir. The number of farmers in Gaza does not exceed 26,000. Some 3,000 of them are fishermen. 95% of them
ظلمات وفوق فبالتالي النمط السائد في
And the type that is existing in Gaza is agriculture or semi-agriculture. More important that the agriculture in Gaza depends on the household. Having the member of the family is the secret of the continuity of the agriculture. We don't need to depend on functionaries, personnel. So this contribute in the West Bank. In the West Bank, we have it in most countries all over the history. This agriculture plays a role in within the city, within the fence or the rampart of the city. And it is one of the type of the strategy to enhance the resilience of societies and the food security. And this was been proved by Gaza Strip. 50% of the food was local production, and the other 50% comes through international aid. And this shall be mentioned. It is part of the resilience and the resistance of the Palestinians since 1948. The policies in Gaza, in the West Bank, we need to develop policies related to urban agriculture. We're still talking about the rural agriculture. So my colleague knows this. We're talking about rural agriculture, the Department of Empowering the Rural Women. And there is a paradox here. Last point about empowerment of the women. From our experience, we can say to enhance the role of the women, it can be difficult without the women has an power, either through local forums or groups and implementing the rights. So this is something important. Capacity building, as we see, including the capacity building is something important. Our responsibility, how we can give more space, education, influence, and exchanging experiences. Mauritania.
Thank you very much for the intervention. You are right for what you have been saying about the implication of young girls. It is something that has always been tested: digitalization, alphabetization. We had this facility of transferring knowledge, but in terms of data, just like my interviewer said, sometimes you have a lack of data. The only study that is available for land is dating back to 2015. For women, even for women, data are not updated. Young women, even less. And now I give the floor to my colleague. I think that you have answered very well. Just to add a few informations about the platforms. As we said in the presentation, when we talk about the access of women to land, we talk about young people and young girls. Young girls need to be trained, and knowing their rights is mandatory. So 25 to 30% of representation of young girls. Thank you very.
كان موجه للمغرب أو تونس.
We also have questions about Tunisia and Morocco for the owning lands. Owning land in Morocco, the question was addressed to the agricultural land. And the project today is, you're talking about the Sulalia lands. This project starts with the issuing laws enable the Somali women to have access to land. Afterwards comes projects to be owned while splitting this land to give it to the women in a free way. Then registration and to preserve contracts. More than that, we talked about exploitation and ownership through providing her training, loans. Today there is a special center on having access to land, and the role of the center is to get information about the access of women getting involved into land. Therefore, this project is at the beginning, and there is still the problem to get into information, and we are in the process in this regard. Thank you very much, Dr. Idris. We have a question from somebody on the data and the availability of it. Who would like to answer this? I believe in the answer they talks about the shortage of data from Mauritania and Morocco. Would you like to have more information, or are you fine? I'm fine. Good. Let me thank you because we ran out of time. I enjoyed our session, and we hope that all the lectures were beneficiaries and the debate, and we come to the end of this.